Settings.
Thank you, everyone. We are now live on YouTube. Over to you, Chairman.
Thank you, Wendy. Good morning and welcome to East Devon District Council's Virtual Planning Committee on the 7th of October 2020. I'm your chairman, Councillor Eileen Wragg. I would also like to welcome anyone watching the meeting via the live streaming. All participants here today are taking part remotely, and as well as being live streamed, the meeting is being recorded, so please bear this in mind throughout, and may I remind you to be careful with your language. May I also remind members that the Code of Conduct applies throughout the meeting. We also reserve the right to remove and disconnect any participants who is disrupting the meeting by whatever means. As this planning meeting is dependent on internet connection and a power supply, in the event of a break in the internet connection or power cut, please bear with us as we try to reconnect. After 15 minutes, if we are not able to reconnect, we will consider the meeting adjourned and reconvene at a later date. Please check the committee page on our website for details. Please make sure all phones are turned off or are on silent, and make sure all microphones are muted when you're not speaking to avoid any background noise levels. Keep points short and do not repeat points that have already been made, and do not interrupt. If you wish to comment, please raise your electronic blue hand and wait to be called. All councillors have been sent the agenda for today's meeting. Any members of the public who want to view the agenda can do so by visiting our website, www.eastdevon.gov.uk. We will now start the meeting by doing a roll call of committee members here present. Can you please now unmute your microphone, and when you hear your name, please confirm by saying present. When you have confirmed you are present, please mute your microphone again. Amanda.
Councillor Wragg. Councillor Wragg.
Present.
Councillor Chamberlain.
Present.
Councillor Bloxham.
Present.
Councillor Brown.
Present.
Councillor Coleman. Councillor Davey.
Present.
Councillor De Sarum.
Present.
Councillor Gazzard. Councillor Howe.
Present.
Councillor Key.
Present.
Councillor McLaughlin.
Present.
Councillor Pook.
Present.
Councillor Pratt.
Present.
Councillor Skinner.
Present.
Councillor Woodward.
Present.
I can confirm that you're quorate today, Chairman.
Thank you. Right. Minutes of the previous meeting are pages 6 to 10, and the running order for today's meeting and speakers list can be viewed under item 1 on pages 4 to 5. Right, minutes of the previous meeting. If anyone has a comment on the last set of minutes held on 9th of September 2020, please do so by raising your blue hand. Let me see where my blue hands are. Here we are, no blue hands there. If I have no blue hands raised, I will take this as an indication that you all agree the minutes of the previous meeting. Thank you. I see no blue hands. So I'll take that as the minutes are agreed of the 9th of September. Thank you. Apologies for absence. Wendy?
Yes, I've received 2 apologies for today's meeting, Councillor Whibley and Councillor Gazzard.
Thank you. Matters of urgency. Oh, declarations of interest. There'll be a roll call for any declarations of interest. Over to you, Wendy.
Thank you. So I'll do this in alphabetical order. So Councillor Bloxham.
No declarations of interest, but I have received communication on 2 planning applications, which I believe everybody else has received, which is 192197 MRES and 201185.
Lovely. Thank you. Councillor Brown.
I will not vote on the Churchill one, which is in Sidmouth, because I've had dealings with the company.
Sorry, which application? Sorry, Shirley.
Is that the Greendale application, Councillor Brown?
Sorry?
Is that the Green Close
Yes.
application?
Yeah.
Could you just clarify, so are you declaring a personal interest, or is it more of a prejudicial interest if you're not going to
Prejudicial.
buy with bias? I'm trying to determine whether you predetermine the matter or whether...
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, I've had financial dealings with them, so it's best to stay out.
Thank you. So you'll be stepping away.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chamberlain.
No declarations of interest.
Councillor Davey.
I've had the same 2 communications as Councillor Bloxham mentioned, and also I am in reference to 201722 FUL. I am an Exmouth Town Councillor.
Thank you very much. Councillor De Sarum.
I agree with share Councillor Ollie Davies' previous message that I've been lobbied by email in respect of item 1192197. I've also been lobbied by email in respect of item 21185. And although, again, as he said, I'm not the ward member, I have a town council representation of 21722 FUL.
Thank you, Councillor De Sarum. Councillor Howe.
None other than the 2 emails. I have no others that I know of at this time.
Thank you. Councillor Key.
Yes, just emailed on 2197.
2197.
2197. Item 8.
Lovely. Thank you. Councillor McLaughlin.
Yeah, same communications as Councillor Bloxham and none other. Thank you.
Councillor Pook.
No interest apart from the other declarations. We've had the emails on number 8.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt.
Personal interest in regard to item number 11, where I attended a meeting with a developer and officers of the council in regard to Webster's garage site, which adjoins this application.
Webster's garage. Thank you very much. Councillor Skinner.
No more than what previous members have suggested about the other 2 emails. One point of clarification I'd like from Shirley, if I could. She mentioned when Councillor, I believe Key was talking, she mentioned, sorry, Councillor Brown, she mentioned Greendale. Now, if that's Greendale Barton, I don't see any of Greendale Barton on this agenda. Was that a slip of the tongue, or have I missed something?
No, it was a slip of the tongue. It was Green Close, Councillor Skinner. I do apologise.
Thank you very much. That leaves it to that then. Thank you.
Councillor Woodward.
Yes, I had the same two communications, the two letters by email. And then on number 14, I'm both the ward and town councillor for the Holsden ward, number 14. And also, just in the interest of full disclosure and transparency, under number 16, 201529, is obviously Ben Ingham is a council member, but also well, it's put down here as a Lenigan, but I assume the applicant is actually Sarah Lenigan, who I know, so I ought to disclose that.
Thank you. And lastly, Councillor, sorry, Shirley.
Could I just ask, is that no, so as to change a personal interest into a biased in? No, thank you very much.
Not at all. No, it's very distant association.
Thank you.
Thank you. And lastly, Councillor Ragg.
Yeah, no declaration of interest apart from having had the emails. Also one for 1185 Tail Vale.
You've had communication on that one as well, Councillor Ragg?
Yes.
Thank you. That's the end of the declarations.
Okay, thank you. Right then, matters of urgency. There are no matters of urgency. Confidential exempt items. There are no confidential or exempt items to discuss. Now the appeals statistics. So over to you, Mr. Rose.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. So in terms of the appeals list this committee, you'll see that there are 4 decisions on there this time. I'm pleased to say that 3 of those were dismissed, although one of those was allowed. It's quite an interesting one because it relates to a site of Spiller's Cottage in Shute. So the applicant submitted a certificate of lawfulness to us to establish that a consent that was granted in 1991 had commenced on site. We refused the certificate because we weren't satisfied that, or we weren't convinced that on the balance of probability there was enough evidence there that showed that they had commenced the excavation works, so some of the connecting of a septic tank and sewer works in time for that permission to still be valid, but the inspector disagreed with that and found on the balance of probability that they had commenced the works back in the early 90s, and because of that, that means that consent is now still valid. So despite it being an application from the early 90s, the inspectors determined they made a start, so they are now entitled to complete that. But that was the one appeal that was lost, but the other 3 were dismissed. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, agenda item 8, application 192197, a reserved matters application. So we just have to consider the relevant aspects of that, which are appearance and scale. And we have a number of speakers, I believe 8 speakers. Are the speakers in the waiting room, please? And we also have Jerry Upfield from Devon County Council Highways for questions. If members want to ask questions of Mr. Upfield. So do we have the speakers in the waiting room? Are they in the meeting now?
They're in the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Can I welcome you all to the meeting? We have, first of all, Mr. James McKechnie. All of you will have 3 minutes, apart from the ward member, Councillor Thomas, who will have 5 minutes. And you'll all be notified 30 seconds before your 3 minutes is up that your time's coming to an end. I don't mean on this earth, but anyway, can we start with Mr. James McKechnie, please? Mr. McKechnie.
Sorry to interrupt, yes, Councillor Ragg, but can we hear from Chris first?
Yes, oh God, that would be helpful, wouldn't it? That's Chris.
Thank you. I'm just, hopefully you can now see my screen.
Coming up.
Coming up, is it slowly? Just
Yeah,
trying to,
yeah.
it should be there. Have you got it now?
No, not yet.
No, let me stop and stop and try again.
Yeah, you're there. Oh no, that's
Are we there this time?
the wrong application. That's Sidmouth one.
This is a good start, isn't it?
No, that's Pembury.
Oh, sorry, I'm obviously having IT issues this morning. Oh, don't know what's going on here. Sorry. Sorry, everyone, but
Seems to be going backwards, Chris.
I know everyone. I clicking on the right one on my screen, but it's not choosing the right one, I'm afraid. I will get there in a minute.
Computer say no.
Oh.
Chris, are you able to send it to somebody else, and we can try and present it for you?
No, sorry. Just I keep clicking on the right file, and then it keeps defaulting to another file. Hey, right. Am I there now? No.
You're not presenting at the moment.
Okay.
Yes. You're there.
Wow, 8th time lucky. Sorry about that. Right, so this is a reserve matters application for a new 2-story school, including a revised access, car park, all-weather pitch, and it's seeking approval of reserve matters. So it's before members because it's due to the parish council objection, and this being a major application. As you can hopefully see from the screen here, it's a parcel of land to the south of Lime Road, next to the village hall, which is down here, and opposite a petrol filling station and shop. The site's outside of the built-up area boundary, and it's in the AONB. And you'll have noted from the report that outline consent was granted in 2016 for a very similar scheme for a 2-story school and associated facilities with the access point off the road here. That outline application previously approved scale, layout and access, but those are for consideration again because we have a slightly revised scheme here in terms of the design of the building, its layout, and the access position has moved ever so slightly, although it's still on exactly the same point onto Lime Road. And there's no reason why they can't change those amendments as part of this reserve matters application. So this is the layout of the site. So you can see the car park here. We've got a multi-use games area down here, and then we have the main school building with the access off the road to the front. And again, here's a clearer layout, and you can see landscaped areas, playgrounds, and the multi-use games area. And again, the access is here. And note the petrol station opposite. And this is the arrangement for the access. So next to the village hall, and you can see it's a single in and out access that's proposed into the car park. The access is slightly wider than was proposed as part of the original outline application, but as I say, very similar in its location. The building is designed with a flat roof to minimize its bulk. There are solar panels used to the roof. It has this feature of this wraparound balcony area. It's double height because it has a main hall area within the building, and as you can see, we've got a metal clad roof, and we've got timber cladding and composite panels to the elevations. And this is the layout inside. So we've got the double height hall, classrooms around the outside of that, and then the roof. And you can see here the relationship in the terms of the heights with the village hall, and then to a housing scheme that's next door, which you'll see in the photos. So this is the site. That's the housing scheme that I was talking about. So the main building's proposed in here. Access off here, which is an existing access into this field, and the car park. And you can see the village hall there just to the south of that plan. So these are the street, older street views of the petrol station and the site off to the left, and that's that housing scheme that I mentioned in the distance there. And then this is looking back the other way towards the village hall, the site there on the right, petrol station to the left, and that's the existing access to the overflow car park to the village hall, and the site in the foreground there, and that bit of grass. So going through the report, the principle of school on this site is established at the outline consent, and that established a very similar layout to what we've got on bulk of building. So in principle, that has been established, as with a single access in the location proposed. The neighbourhood plan has been made since that outline application was granted, and that policy document makes reference to the consent on this site for the school. I think it's also on the map that goes along with that document, and there's a separate policy in the neighbourhood plan that is to deal with the redevelopment of the existing school. So in terms of the neighbourhood plan, that is supportive of the school going onto this site and reflects that outline consent. And you'll see from the report, the main issues are the relation to the design of the building, the landscape impact, and particularly concerns that have been raised about highway safety. With regard to design and visual impact, as I've mentioned, the building largely reflects the outline consent. It's in the same location, and it's on that part of the site because lower parts of the site are at risk of flooding. So it's quite constrained where the building can be located, and the car park is positioned between the building and the village hall. And it's 2 stories again to provide the necessary space for the school. It's quite a strong appearance to the building, but it's got a lowered pitched roof to reduce the visual impact, and the scale is considered to be acceptable, and the use of the timber cladding is supported. Although that's got limited local reference, we feel that the design of the building with the cladding and the timber is acceptable in this location. So the design and visual impact is considered to be acceptable, particularly bearing in mind that the outline consent for something very similar. With regard to the landscape impact, we're in the AONB, but the principle's already been established of this development of this site for the school. The building's no higher than before, slightly different design, but you can see that it will infill the gap of development here. And you'll also see from the report, there's detailed landscaping schemes been submitted, and there's significant planting proposed, and that follows discussion with the landscape officer, who's now happy with that landscaping scheme and the impact from it. So you'll note there's no objection from the landscape officer or from Natural England on the impact on the AONB. But the main concerns, as I mentioned, have come from the parish council and some objectors about highway safety. I mentioned the access is a similar position to that at the outline stage. It's been moved a couple of meters northwest in a slightly wider junction. And you can see that it's in the position of a current overflow to the village hall, which is in this photo here. You'll see from the report that the parish council and the petrol filling station would prefer a separate in-out access arrangement and some lining to the road. So there is a comment about providing an access in here and then an access out through that housing scheme at the top there. But that's not what's proposed as part of the application. And as I understand it, there will be issues with that about traffic flowing through the school site, coming in and out of one access, and it's easier for them to control access from a single point to the site. And the petrol filling station have raised concerns about the conflict with the access with their petrol filling station and various health and safety concerns, to the point that they have suggested in some of their correspondence that the petrol station might have to close because of the conflict that would be created. But you'll see from the report that Devon County Highways have considered the proposed access and all the alternatives and have raised no objection to the proposal. And as the chair has said, Jerry Upfield is on this meeting via telephone to answer any questions that members might have about the highway safety issues and implications that are arisen. But you'll see from the report that we don't find the scheme detrimental to highway safety, neither do Devon County as the Highway Authority. There's not considered to be any conflict at the entrance, no requirement for any safety audits, bearing in mind we've already consented a similar access in this position as part of the outline. The petrol filling station will have to carry out their own safety issues. You'll see that the fire brigade have been consulted by Devon County on the safety of that access, and it's not considered to be an unusual arrangement to have accesses and public buildings near petrol filling stations. So in light of that, and the lack of objection from the County Highway Authority, there's no concerns raised on highway safety grounds from that point of view. The petrol filling station have requested that there be some line into the junctions in and out of their petrol station, and that could be covered by a traffic regulation order. But that would be for Devon County to assess and to resolve whether one was required. It's not something that we could secure as part of this planning application, particularly as the Highway Authority aren't raising any concerns on highway safety grounds. All other matters you'll see in the report regarding flood risk, ecology, drainage have been adequately dealt with, and there's not considered to be any harmful amenity impacts from the proposal. So in light of that, given the outline consent, the support in the neighbourhood plan, the acceptable visual impact and the lack of highway objection, and not least the wider benefits to the area from the provision of a new school, the application is recommended for approval subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Right, now I'd like to call Mr. James McKechnie. Mr. McKechnie, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I represent Mr. David Ostler, who is the owner of Upline Petrol Filling Station, Post Office and Shop, which, as noted, is immediately opposite the proposed school. The Post Office, Shop and Petrol Station are rightly described as, quote, vital services in the Parish Council's responses to this planning application. Indeed, the petrol station is the only such facility within 4 miles, and the nearest convenience store is in Lyme Regis. Mr. Ostler has never objected to the principle of the new school. However, he is concerned about the ongoing viability of his business, and he shares the concerns of Devon Fire and Rescue Service that suitable road markings are needed to control vehicle access and parking in the area around the proposed school junction. The Health and Safety Executive requires that exits from petrol filling stations should be, quote, free from obstruction at all times. And the Petrol Retailers Association has given Mr. Ostler the same advice. Keep clear or yellow box markings are commonly used at petrol stations where accesses must be kept clear. They're cheaply installed, typically costing less than a few £100s. Mr. Ostler has repeatedly requested that the applicant includes keep clear markings at the petrol station within its design for the school access. Sadly, this has not been taken on board by the applicant, nor requested by the local highway authority, Devon County Council. The County Council has noted that queuing outside of petrol stations is not uncommon. That may be so, but it does not mean it's desirable, especially where safety and access issues can be so easily resolved. One of the examples cited by the local highway authority is the petrol station at Countess Weir Roundabout in Exeter. There is certainly regular queuing at that location, which is why the petrol station access has a keep clear marking. Another local example is the keep clear marking at the petrol station opposite Aldi in Honiton. We agree with the Fire and Rescue Service's concern that the layout of the site access and car park is likely to lead to operational issues and parking on adjacent roads. This should have been assessed in a comprehensive transport assessment for the site. We've also noticed that the site access is in a different location from that approved at outline stage. There are questions over whether the applicant has sufficient land for visibility displays, and also that Devon County Council has requested a road safety audit of the site access, but none appears to have been undertaken. If councillors are minded to grant planning consent for the school, Mr. Ostler respectfully asks that you require the inclusion of keep clear road markings at the petrol station.
30 seconds left.
Thank you, Chair. That would secure the ongoing viability of the vital petrol station, post office and village shop, whilst also enabling the school to come forward. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Mr. McKegney. Now we have Ms. Rebecca Turner. Ms. Turner?
Sorry, good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, all. We, the trustees of Upline Village Hall, have a duty of care to all our users on our property. And as far as we are concerned, the proposals put forward for the school do not satisfy these requirements, and therefore we wish to again object to the application. Our reasons for strongly objecting again are as follows. This application requires partial use of land owned by Upline Village Hall, in particular for ingress, egress and vehicle parking. In the early stages of the outline proposal, in order to allow this idea to move forwards, the Upline Village Hall advised in principle their willingness to allow their land as per the agreement. Naturally, this would be subject to mutual discussions of actual detail as the plans developed. Regretfully, the communication has been nothing other than poor. We still have grave concerns over the entrance and exit of the school and feel there is definitely a safety concern there. It's been mentioned in the past the current access road between the hall's front and rear car park would be made pedestrianised or partly pedestrianised, i.e. during school hours, with something like a collapsible barrier. However, this is completely unworkable for the hall and is not something the hall trustees has or would agree to. We are still greatly concerned that the groundworks needed for the current planned access will have a huge detrimental impact on the hall. There still seems to be no provisions for safeguarding our access for our hall users from our front and rear car park through our current connecting access road, as these groundworks will result in the level of the school entrance being higher than our connecting access road, therefore preventing our access between the two car parks, which in turn impacts greatly on our users. Again, we would like to express our ongoing concerns regarding flooding. Due to the fact the Village Hall already has flooding problems on the northern side, the same side as the school site. There are several natural springs that we know flow underneath the proposed school site and our rear car park, which has caused us many issues over the years, and we are concerned that there has been no provisions put in place to ensure any building work carried out doesn't impact this issue greater. Thank you very much for your time. Rebecca Turner, Chairman of Trustees.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Now we have Mr. Martin Whitehead, who's speaking in support. Mr. Whitehead?
Thank you. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
I'd like to start by addressing the concerns of the Parish Council, Village Hall and Filling Station regarding access. The approach we have adopted has been to secure the reserved matters application and then move on to work together to formulate an alternative access that is acceptable to all, and to submit that as an amendment. We've already written a draft drawing for discussion, but a lot of detail will need to be assembled if the submission of an amendment is to succeed. We will all work on this in the coming months. When we first applied for outline planning permission, the Parish Council and Village Hall supported the application, and there was no objection from the filling station. That gives me some confidence that the current problems can be overcome. And in addition, the Parish Council have consistently supported the new school on this site, as set out in the neighbourhood plan. The concerns about land ownership raised by the Village Hall are all addressed in the legal agreements made between the school trustees and the Village Hall trustees in 2013. So again, Discussions will soon be taking place between the groups of trustees, and I'm sure we'll find the amicable solution referred to in the Village Hall letter of objection. Secondly, I'd like to talk about the community benefits of the new school, not just in the provision of an outstanding educational facility that will benefit children and parents far into the future, but by creating a needed car park that will be available for use by the Village Hall and wider community all the year round. The school will also have a hall and a multi-use games area that has been positioned to facilitate community use outside of school hours, and we're happy to enter into a community use agreement to secure these long-term benefits for the community. The professional consultees and our consultants who worked on this application agree that it poses no threat to safety. They also agree it doesn't increase flood risk, and while people will inevitably have different views about the design of the building, there is no doubt about its green credentials and its provision and educational facilities that include an outdoor learning area and
30 seconds left
for each classroom, a teaching kitchen area, and a hall for assemblies, worships, sport productions. The mental and physical health of the children forms an essential part of the design. Nothing in our research or in the documents supporting this application suggests that the school, shop and filling station will be unable to coexist perfectly safely for the long-term benefit of the whole community. Finally, I'd like to thank the planning officer and his team for the immense amount of work that they have put into formulating this recommendation in very difficult circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whitehead. Now we have Mr. Brian Impey. Mr. Impey, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning.
Morning.
I'll talk briefly about the need for the project, the challenges of the current school setting, and how the current proposal overcomes these. From a multi-academy trust standpoint, the current premises are becoming increasingly expensive to maintain and operate, costing more than twice as a proportion of cost per pupil as an equivalent sized modern school elsewhere in the trust. Facilities and space on the current site are limited. There is no hall, meaning that children have to take lunch and wet play in their classroom. To exercise and come together as a school, the playing fields, village hall and church all have to be built into the daily routine, which requires additional support staff to be deployed to ensure safety and welfare of children and staff. The amenities available for staff to prepare and repair for their interface with children and parents are not sufficient in modern employment terms. Effectively, teaching a 21st century curriculum in a 19th century building is becoming a significant challenge and is undoubtedly impinging the educational outcomes. The school operates year on year at full capacity, and there is a constant demand for places, but no real room for expansion. The location of the school next to the church, placed in the heart of the community in 1854. In 2020, the majority of the parents opting to use their car to drop off and pick up their children. The residents of Cooksmead, Church Street, Ethelston Close and Pound Lane have to put up with quite a lot of disruption on school days. Steps are taken to alleviate congestion outside school, staggered start times, traffic marshals, etc. But inevitably, there are people and young children in close proximity to traffic. Construction of a new single form entry school with full amenities for learning both inside and out would sweep away all of the constraints faced in the current premises, allowing us to dedicate more resource to educational enrichment and raising standards of attainment. The improvements in the working and learning environment would benefit all, and the school will be fully equipped to engage with parents and the wider community. The operating cost of the net zero carbon design building promises to be significantly lower as a proportion of cost per pupil, despite there being more than double the amount of footprint. Building maintenance costs will be reduced in the immediate term and subsidised in the future by the capacity of the building to generate surplus electricity, which could be sold back to the grid. The increased capacity of 20% would make additional revenue available to the trust without any significant increase in teaching costs necessary. Relocating the school to the Lime Road site would place it once again in the heart of the community, flanking the village hall with improved parking and circulation facilities where children can be delivered to school with safe separation from traffic and a much lower impact on the lives and residents of local residents. Additionally, there's a real amenity value in the availability of the car park and sports facility outside school hours to both the community and visitors. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. MP. Next, we have Miss Andrea Rice. Ms. Rice?
Good morning, Andrea
Good morning.
Rice speaking. Good morning, I'm Andrea Rice. I was the head teacher of Mrs. Ethelston's and I'm now the executive head of Acorn Multi-Academy Trust, of which Mrs. Ethelston's is part. My main headship experience has been at Mrs. Ethelston's, and it is incredibly difficult to deliver a modern curriculum meeting the requirements of Ofsted based on the existing site. There are 7 teaching spaces, but many of them have been created from old computer suites or group rooms, and our admissions policy is incredibly complicated because some year groups can take 30 and some classes can only take 25, and that depends on the size of the classroom. The site is crammed in between the road, the church and the cemetery, and there is no room for us to be able to expand. The usual facilities that you would expect in any modern school are not available to us. We have no hall for collective worship or PE, and we're very lucky to have the association with the church, which enables us to be able to deliver collective worship. PE and dining is a real problem for us. The children are expected to eat their meals in the classroom where they've just been learning, and this provides challenges around socialisation, as well as the mess and associated safety with that. The playground is too small for us. We have to have staggered breaks. Siblings can't play together, and we are limited in the resources that they're able to have outside because they all end up in the road. We have no green space for our children to play in, even though we are surrounded by green fields. We have to walk to the King George V field whenever possible, but this requires us to take additional adults and is an extra demand on our time. The school sits on a slope, and there are lots of stairs inside the building, which means we have very limited disabled access, and therefore we can't meet all children's needs. And there have been occasions where we've actually had to turn down children with disability problems, particularly around mobility, because of the site. The classrooms are small and there are no additional spaces for group work or for SEN provision. Over recent years, Ofsted have changed their emphasis onto a broad and balanced curriculum, but we have no space for teaching music, drama, arts, design, technology,
30 seconds left.
or outdoor learning. And we cannot achieve this because we cannot meet the full range of the curriculum. We don't have the space to do so. Therefore, our ambition to become an outstanding school again is severely limited by the building. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rice. Next, we have the agent, Mr. Richard Painter. Mr. Painter?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Chair and members of the Planning Committee for the opportunity to speak today in support of this important application. I think that we can all agree it's been a long journey to get to this point, with the original outline planning approval being granted back in January 2013 and renewed in October 2016. There's been a huge amount of work undertaken to develop the design proposals to a point where they have received a recommendation for approval from your planning department and the various statutory consultees involved in considering this application. The extent of the work involved is reflected both in the timescale to get to this point. It's almost 4 years to the day since the 2016 outline approval was granted, and also the length of the planning officer's report, which is some 37 pages long. The client has invested heavily in assembling an extensive team of professional property consultants that includes architects, structural and civil engineers, transport specialists, flood risk engineers, arboriculturalists, landscape architects, and ecologists. This team has worked hard to develop the design proposals so that they carefully address the advice of the consultees to the planning process and particularly that of the Environment Agency, Devon County Council Flood Risk Management Team, Devon County Highways Authority, and Devon and Somerset Fire and Emergency Service. We note that the principal objection to this application is from the Parish Council and the petrol station owner, and the main points of these objections are, as we've heard already, that the proposed access arrangements would cause health and safety issues, and also that there would be a threat to the sustainability of future village amenities. I can confirm that the suggested health and safety concerns have been extensively reviewed and analysed by the design team, the Highways Authority, and the local fire authority, amongst others. And these technical specialists have all concluded that the proposals do not present any health and safety issues, and that the school and petrol station traffic can be safely managed. The planning officer has also identified many other local precedents where petrol stations operate successfully in far more challenging highways environments. It's therefore difficult
30 seconds left.
Proposals could present a risk to the viability of local amenities. Thank you, Chair. All of the work undertaken so far indicates that the school and petrol station can safely coexist, and supporting this application means you can have the benefit of both. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Painter. Next, we have Upline Parish Council, Councillor Andrew Turner. Are you the chairman?
I'm the chairman of the planning committee, madam.
Thank you. Yes, I thought you said you were. Okay, off you go then.
Thank you. Good morning to you. Good morning, members.
Morning.
Firstly, we would like to reassure everyone that Upline Parish Council are fully supportive of the new school, and we do not think anyone disputes the need for a new school in Upline, but this need should not override other considerations such as needs of the businesses, village hall, traffic, especially health and safety of the public, school children and pedestrians entering and exiting this across the only narrow entrance to the proposed site. Upline Parish Council cannot support the application in its present form. As you are aware, we can only comment on the application in front of us. This the Parish Council do not support in its present form because of the following reasons. Only one narrow entrance and exit point to the site. At the same point, vehicles including buses, cars will be mixing with children and members of the public crossing this very narrow point. Woodroff Secondary School is less than a mile away, and at the same time we'll be using buses and vehicles that will be crossing the entrance at the same time on the B3165 Lime Road. There is also a question of a high percentage of attendees that will be attending from outside the area, which will compound the traffic and pedestrian problem. The lack of traffic management, road safety, and the impact on parking in roads near the current proposed site would have an adverse effect on residents, businesses living in the area, especially at peak times during the drop-off and pick-up. It has been highlighted to us it can have a serious impact to the amenities regarding safer access to the post office, grocery store and petrol station opposite to the proposed site. If this is not viable, we believe it could cause a serious impact on the whole of Upline and neighbouring Lyme Regis as the only petrol station. We have consistently consulted, reported and responded for the need for a separate entrance and a separate exit to alleviate the problems of safety from and to Lyme Road. We believe a topographical survey has been carried out, and Upline Parish Council stated it was recognised through the early application and discussion from representatives that was clearly an issue regarding access and egress, and we propose a one-way system in and a one-way system out, and ask the applicant to address this at the earliest convenience. However, this has not been progressed per this application, as you can clearly see. Please see Upline Parish Council's Planning Committee responses from the previous 12 months, which has been sent to councillors. And I'd like to thank you very much for your time this morning, and please would you consider our comments. Thank you all.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. Now, is the ward member here? Because I can't see him. Councillor Ian Thomas?
Don't worry.
You're there?
Here.
Okay, Ian, you've had 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Well, I'll not take any more than that. As members will know, I've consistently supported the principle of development of a new school on this site to safeguard a sustainable future for 21st century primary education in the village. This isn't possible, as you've heard, from current facilities, which also actually cause significant traffic issues for the surrounding residential areas. As members will have heard, principal of the school on this site was confirmed in 2016 for a largely similar proposal. The current applications reserve matters only, so we're not actually talking about the principal of a school on this site. On the design front, the Upline Neighbourhood Plan is adopted, and I must admit, I do echo some of the concerns about the lack of inspiration in the design presented in this application, but equally concur with the officer's view that the design choice does actually reduce or minimise the ridge height of the proposal, but also recognises the fact that the site is severely constrained by floodplain. To actually look to argue against this or to look to refusal on any of these grounds is weak, I believe, because Natural England and our own specialists have not registered any opposition. Ironically, the only other flat roof in the area is the filling station canopy across the road. Upline Village Hall and land availability. I question whether this is actually a planning matter or one which the applicant would actually need to resolve with the Village Hall as part of the ability to actually deliver the proposal. Since the outset, I know Councillor Turner and colleagues, or both Councillor Turners, will remember that I've been absolutely convinced that I have a preference of the one-way in, one-way out system with the exit in or around the roundabout on Masters Close. That's been complicated a little bit since the initial application, in that, of course, Masters Close wasn't there at that time. I've also looked at hydrock representations in great detail and certainly would not wish to see anything happen that compromised the village shop or filling station. The Countess Weir example is a complete red herring. I think should be struck from the report. This is an urban roundabout with nearly 5,000 vehicles per hour at peak time, saved by a multi-phase traffic light system. So it's not quite the same as a little roundabout to the north of Upline. The key page for me, members, is to look at page 36. In page 36, you've got a comment from the Devon and Somerset Fire and Emergency Services for their opinion on safe exit from the site. They've not raised any objection. And similarly, sadly, we've not been able to persuade the Devon County Council as the highway authorities of the requirement to actually have the in and out traffic movement. So in terms of sustaining a refusal on either of those grounds, I think our argument would be very weak. But having said that, what I do think is important is that we do absolutely everything we can, if the committee is minded to approve this application, to actually ensure, I know we say, well, it's got to be part of HATOP, we can't condition it here, but I think we should log or actually minute the requirement that we strongly support appropriate traffic measures covering the section of Lime Road in and around the filling station to actually help give the filling station owner, the Village Hall and all other users as much support as possible. But again, as I say, to refuse on those grounds, I think our argument would be weak. Finally, Masters Close, the nearest point, is only 12 metres away from a very significant building. Now, I must admit, I'm not totally with the officers on their lack of impact, particularly to number one in terms of its outlook, but equally well, the building of the school does sit down. But in relation to construction hours, condition 16 as proposed, I note, I believe I understand correctly, that a representation was made to amend our construction hours on the grounds of COVID. Can I just stress, as ward member, I would most strongly object to that change and actually look that the committee confirm and insist on the fact that condition 16 that restricts our work, restricts any construction work to our standard condition is actually implemented. As I say, it's not a straightforward thing, but on balance, I support the application as presented. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. Now, Councillor Ollie Davey has asked if he can ask a question. I'm not quite sure. Is it Mr. MP or Ms. Rice you want to ask a question of, Ollie?
I think it could be to either of them, but it's whoever is most appropriate to talk about the school travel plan.
Okay, can you ask your question?
Well, I'd like to know whether the school has yet done this travel plan, which I believe is condition 14 of the original outline planning permission. I'd be interested in the proportion of pupils travelling from outside Uplyme and how many of them arrive by car. I note that the school is going to be on quite a busy road with, as far as I can see, no pavement whatsoever. So I'm concerned about how there's pedestrian access. As a former teacher and with an interest in education, I want to see pupils arriving at school by sustainable means and not constantly being dropped off by car. I notice there is a parent drop-off point within the car park, and so that should eliminate some of the suggestions there's been of queuing traffic. But I want to see a better pedestrian access and a better access so that children can cycle to the school as well. And I wonder if anybody can answer those points.
Andrea Rice speaking. Can I answer for the current situation, and then Brian can explain the process for the new building?
Yes, please do.
The current situation is equally as difficult, if not worse. So currently, the school travel plan involves an informal one-way system that parents have to become aware of, which means they go up towards the church, down across the front of the school, and back down towards this roundabout. There is a minimum amount of parking at Ethelstons Close, and most of that parking is taken up by teaching staff or support staff. Therefore, we have a system where parents are encouraged to park at the village hall and use the overflow car park and walk up. And we have tried various measures of walking bus to get children to walk up from the village hall. The only way that we allow parents up at the school is if they drop off and move straight on, because there is no parking. We also have an agreement with the church at the moment where buses are allowed to park in the church lay-by. So they are allowed to drop off. We use a member of staff to collect the children off the bus and escort them across the road there into the school, because there is no pavement there either. So currently the situation is fairly treacherous already. They're already crossing that road from the village hall, and actually they're walking across the main road to go up the little alleyway. There's a little alleyway just beyond the petrol station where they walk up. Brian, do you want to talk about how the new site would work?
Well, I think it's, I can't address the councillor's direct questions in terms of the travel plan for the new school, because it hasn't been developed, because there are still some discussions about crossings and other issues that people would like to see incorporated in the scheme, but it will be developed. Clearly, all of the problems with parental pickup and drop off that we currently experience at Mrs. Ethelstone's can be accommodated within the site, and the separation between traffic and children is much greater in the new proposal. In terms of parents travelling from outside the area, obviously that varies on a year-by-year basis, but currently something like 15% of our parents commute from outside the area by car. But local parents, they vary. Sometimes they drive and sometimes they walk with their children. So I can't give any hard statistics on that.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Now, members, we have Mr. Jerry Upfield here from, he's on the phone, from Devon County Highways, and I think it might be helpful if any of you have any questions for him before we start into the speakers. Does anyone have, can you put your blue hands down for a moment? I know I've got you in order, who's going to speak. If you put your blue hands down and then raise your blue hand if you have a question for Jerry Upfield, please. Right. Councillor Davey. Do you have a question?
No, my hand is still up from last time and I
Oh,
can't
it's
seem
just
to
moved
lower
up
it.
one. Right.
That's better. Thank you.
Right. I've got Councillor Desarum then.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I have a couple of very quick questions to Jerry Uckfield. James McKinney, the previous speaker, spoke about the exits, and Chris Rose told us about the DCC's traffic needs for a traffic order, and we've just heard about the 15% commutes from outside the area. So my couple of quick questions are, if we go ahead with this proposal today, will DCC support the proposals put forward by James Mackey about the exits and the lining, etc., to make the road lines clear? And we heard that there could be a 15% commute from outside the area with drop-off and parking issues. What steps will DCC take to make sure things are safe, given the fact that if the school becomes more successful, that percentage of commuters might increase? So those are my two very quick questions to Jerry, and I'm most grateful to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Desarum. Jerry Upfield, welcome to the meeting. Would you care to answer that question, please? Hello?
If I can find him.
Yep.
I'm trying not, he's here. I'm trying to unmute him.
Okay.
It's not allowing me. Jerry, are you able to unmute your telephone, please? It's not looking good, Eileen. Is it *6?
Yes.
Amanda? *6 to unmute a telephone, can you remember?
Yes, I think it is, Wendy, yes.
Jerry, if you can hear me, if you can just try *6, please. It's not looking good, Chair. We've got Fiona Harris from Devon County Council. I'm not sure if she'd be able to answer on Jerry's behalf.
Okay.
It looks like Jerry's not able to hear us.
Hello there. Yes. Unfortunately, we deal with sort of applications individually. I will just pop Jerry a message and see if he'll be able to see the message. Just see if he's having any problems on his side that I might be able to resolve. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, well done. Welcome to the meeting, Jerry.
That's at the 8th time of pressing *6. So
right, okay, 8th time lucky.
Right. Just to recap, and on the question I was asked about whether Devon County Council would support extra road lining for the entrance to the garage and to prevent parking. Yes, we would. Unfortunately, this can't be included within the planning application. It's a separate process under HATOC. But yes, we would certainly support new lining and indeed signing if it was required.
Okay, I think that's one. When's the next HATOC?
I'm not sure. Things have gone a little awry with COVID, so I'm not sure when the next date is, I'm afraid.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sure that Councillor Thomas would be able to make his representation at the next Hattock. Is that okay with you, Ian?
Yeah, that would be fine.
Okay, that's
Happy
fine
to do
then.
that, Chair. Thank you.
That's lovely. Okay, thank you. I think that might be resolved then. Hope so.
If I could go on with the other point,
Yes, sure.
Madam
Jerry.
Chair, which was about the numbers of travelling parents from outside the area, and we're told that it's currently around 15%. From what I've read and what I believe, I don't think the school's catchment area will be any greater than it is now, and therefore, even though numbers might increase slightly, I would assume that the 15% of outside travellers to the new school would be much the same as it is to the existing school.
Okay, thank you for that. Next, we have Councillor Skinner. You have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It's to Jerry. Hi, Jerry. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good. Question I'd like to ask, which was one that we were was put forward by the owner of the gentleman on behalf of the owner of the fuel station, was having some keep clear markings for the petrol station. I was a little bit unsure whether he meant keep clear from right into the entrance would have been on his property or whether they've been in the road. But let's just assume that they're going to be in the road. From having the yellow keep clears, which is what I'm assuming it was, and assumption can catch us out at any time. Is there an issue with yourselves regarding having, I know you've answered about the markings, but having the keep clear yellow boxing that the gentleman was referring to? Is that something you would be open to, just to make sure we're clear?
Yellow boxing is not, and all these traffic lining measures are site specific. Traffic boxes would be normally in very heavily used locations, major roundabouts, major accesses which are used constantly throughout the day. I do not know of any yellow boxes that have been used specifically for entrances to schools or for that matter for entrances to garages. What I think would be appropriate is keep clear markings, which are white markings with keep clear written on the road, and these would be similar to the ones that Mr. McKechnie has alluded to within his letter and photographs.
Thank you, Jerry, for that. That helps me in my deliberations later. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Hey, thank you. Councillor David Key, you have a question.
I don't have a question, Madam Chairman, but I couldn't get my blue hand off, and I want to speak on this subject.
Oh, okay. Okay, it's gone now. Jed Pook.
Thank you. This is a question for Jerry. There's been several comments about the possibility of a better possibility of having an in-out system, with the out, I assume, being at the top of Masters Close. This is for Jerry to comment, but looking at the plans and also Google Maps, with Masters Close now and there, it's my opinion, it looks like it'd be a more dangerous exit there, and therefore it's not really a viable alternative now. I just wonder if Jerry could comment on that.
Thank you, Councillor Pook. Yes, my opinion has always been that if an in-out access was made onto Marston Close, one, it would involve a very sharp right-hand turn directly onto the existing mini roundabout. National guidance has changed over the years, and for our mini roundabouts, which Marston Close has at the moment, is regarded as unsafe on present criteria, and also if further traffic was put through that roundabout turning right, visibility down the road towards Lyme Regis and in the other direction would not be adequate. I also have concerns that where you would have a right-hand turn right next to a roundabout, traffic and that would be on a hill as well, an incline, that traffic would tend to see a gap, and another a car behind would follow directly out without looking. I've had this happen in other locations, and that is my concern with a proposal for an access or exit at that position. There has not been any detailed examination of that by the highway consultants, and I think it's for that reason, the reasons that I have said, that they have not pursued looking at that possibility. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Woodward next. Your
Thank you,
question?
Chair. Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, a question on highways that we've heard already that the children are dropped off by their parents at the village hall and then walk across the road. So they're already walking across. Would the county consider a pedestrian crossing to help with children crossing the road?
It would be considered. Like all these things, there has to be a desire and a need which needs to be proven. The provision of different crossings, types of crossings, are all expensive and take a long time to bring about. But it is something that as I said back in 2016, it is something that could be looked at, but I do not believe that it is necessary for as part of this application. It should be noted that as part of the original application for the outline, the amount of children that go to the existing school from on that side of the road, shall I say, on the east side of the road, and the number that come from the west side, i.e. crossing Lyme Road, are about the same. So the number of pupils from each side are about the same. With the new school, that number of crossings will be reversed. So, but it should not change in the numbers. Again, this will depend on the numbers that are attracted to the new school and where they come from. But as I've said before, the overall catchment area is believed to be about the same.
Thank you. And having served on the School Transport Appeals Panel for 12 years, safety was always a priority, and it is the responsibility of the parent or the guardian of the children to accompany them to ensure safety if needs be. So you have to take that into account as well. Councillor David Key.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I haven't got a question. I'm just sort of actually going to put what I feel are the points. There seems to be an awful lot of problems being made with this traffic. Now, I don't know if you know, I know it's not a school, but if you actually know Honiton, there, the garage there, right opposite Aldi, has far sort of greater usage than probably this one at Upline. Right opposite the garage, with a shop there, and also there's a hotel behind it which uses exactly the same entrance. The actual garage has put an exit and an entrance there, so that you can only go in one way and out the other, which makes a lot more sense. There's no markings there whatsoever to keep clear or anything, plus the fact that beside the garage there is a hire service there for vehicles plus a repair garage. So there is far more use of the road there in Honiton, plus the fact you've got two entrances or two roads coming up off of the dual carriageway, the A30 dual carriageway. So I cannot see too much of a problem. What needs it? It needs to probably have a restricted speed limit on there, which is the same as what they've got at Olliscombe on the main road there. And that slows down the traffic. And also what could happen is you could have sort of like the sleeping policeman, which you have in a lot of these streets nowadays, which slow down traffic. So I cannot see too much of a problem with the traffic side of it. And I think that we're really, you know, making an awful lot more out of something and nothing. So, and I mean, I'd be more than happy to put forward that we accept the application with the further negotiation of the road markings to be put forward by the ward member and the highways and possibly the school. Thank you.
Thank you. Jerry, do you have any comments to make on the points that have been made by Councillor Key? What is the speed limit on that road?
It's a 30-mile speed limit,
Yeah.
and I would not have thought that it would have been reduced any further than that.
No.
Although it is there are areas where a 20-mile speed limit has been imposed next to schools. Whether that's observed or not is a different matter.
Yeah, yeah, indeed. Thank you, Jerry. Councillor McLaughlin.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Yes, just going on back really to what Councillor Woodward was talking about or asking about. Just to ask Jerry, how do you prove a need for a crossing? That's my first question, please. And also, we haven't really talked about our climate emergency in any of this yet. We're talking about traffic, cars, and a fuel station, fossil fuel station. Apparently, according to whoever put this figure forward just now, 15% drive or are outside this catchment area. That means that 85% of people who use this school are possibly within walking distance of this school. But I can't see that this has been made an attractive option, not by any stretch of the imagination. There are no pavements, there are no cycle routes, and I can see there's constraints, but there's a blank canvas here to be used. And I just find it incredulous that nobody has thought that these children, parents, dogs, pushchairs need decent pavements and decent access to the school. I think the school's fantastic, great idea, be brilliant for the pupils, but getting to school it just sounds to me as if it's going to be incredibly difficult, and nobody's talking about getting people out of their cars and onto pavements. So, Jerry, talking about pavements really, and obviously crossings. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Well, to answer that, firstly, for a pedestrian crossing, that would need to go to our road safety team, and representations can be made to them. As regard footway pavements, if you like, I would agree with you. It's not ideal with the payments, and the payments that are there are not necessarily consistent or actually wide enough. But the application has not come in with them, and I mean, I don't think that I could say, right, well, it needs now, you know, a whole new pavement along Lyme Road where there wasn't one before, because, as I said earlier on, the movements from the east to west would be same or would mirror the existing movements from west to east to the existing school. But it is all something that could be looked at, and like I say, it is not for me to suggest that as part of an application. My role is to examine that application as it stands, and to say whether that application agrees with all standard guidance and what is included in the NPPF. And this application, in my view, does.
Thank you, Jerry. And that might be another one that the ward member might like to take up, or even the county councillor, with the HATOC at some future date. Councillor Pook, you want to come back?
I don't know if I'm not coming back with a question. I'm asking now, since the question's almost gone into debate, are we actually in debate yet? Because
No, I'd like to get the questions out of the way first. Are there any more questions? I see no blue hands raised. So now we go into the debate, and I've got my list of 3 that I had before we went into questions. And the first one is Councillor McLaughlin.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I think I've asked the question of Jerry, so thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pook, you've still got your hand up. Councillor Skinner was next on my list.
Thank you, thank you, Madam Chairman. And now we are getting into the debate of things, and I very much welcome the questions we were able to put to excuse me, Jerry Upfield. Just before I start, I just wondered, Madam Chairman, if there is anything Chris Rose wanted to say, because there's an awful lot been said, and as our lead planning officer, whether or not there's something just before we started getting into debate, if there's anything he wanted to add to anything that's been said.
Mr. Rose.
Yeah, thank you. I suppose the only thing I would add is that agree with what Jerry said. Obviously, there's a process outside of this application that can be gone through with Devon County in terms of the lining of the road, etc., and crossings. But for members to bear in mind that we have already approved outline consent for this scheme with a very similar access in a similar position. So please bear that in mind as well when you're debating this application.
Quite right. Quite right. And the next one on my original list.
Madam Chairman, I haven't spoken yet. I wanted to get that in first.
Oh, right.
I think what Councillor Rose, the reason I wanted to Chris to just be able to be in that place to sum up, because it seems to me that what we're really here talking about, one of the main issues here, of course, is safety on the main road. That seems to be the primary driver, and absolutely should it be. And the reason I was asking the question to Jerry Upfield regarding the yellow marks, whether they were just on his land or just outside, was to get a clarification as to get over that issue when we get into debate. And obviously we've got to that place whereby that's not likely to happen, but it could be done with clear line working, with clear lines, with white lines, with keep clear and all the rest of it. So for me, I'm going to support this application in going forward. I want to be very much supportive. I think many members will be. Of course, a new school is absolutely imperative and all the rest of it, the things that come with it. I'm not sure that I'm going to agree with the one way in and the one way out. I think as it's set out in its current format put forward, I think is acceptable. But what I'm not sure about, and one of the things that I would want to be absolutely sure about, and it was concurred by Jerry Outfield, would be all of the road markings, all of the safety markings on the road, even signage, and he did mention signage. And my question here is to Mr. Rose, is how do we ensure that if we consider as a committee that that is the way of going forward, that by accepting this application on an approval basis, how do we get into the framework the things that we may want to see that we think are really important as the safety signage issues and marking on the road? How do we make that happen, Chris? How does that come forward? And that's the place I'm at.
So through you, Chairman, Jerry has made it clear from a highway perspective that this isn't something that is needed to be conditioned as part of this application for us to be able to, hence our recommendation. But what can happen is outside of that planning process, those discussions can take place, as we've heard, with the school, the petrol station, the ward member, and with Devon County to go through those processes of assessing whether and where any of those line-ins, those signs, crossings, etc., might be required. So I think all we can do as an authority is let Devon County make them aware that we are supportive of them looking at those and bringing in those schemes if they determine that they're required in whatever form.
Yes. Just be clear, Madam Chairman, if I may be, please, just to come back. So it's really important, this. So what Mr. Rose is saying is there's nothing that we can say here at this moment in time that can put in any form of conditioning that will ensure that the white line and the safety marks will come. What we're saying is that if we go along with this recommendation and approve it, that subsequent safety issues will come through the HATOC process, and I'm assuming they would become doing that as a matter of process. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Jerry Upfield made it quite clear that it could not be conditioned. Now, the last one on the original list is Councillor Brewster Sarum.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I've heard most of this debate, as everyone has, and I think that Councillor McLaughlin raised a very valid point about the climate emergency. But I think, as Councillor Skinner said, taking into account the safety measures, which will be discussed through HATOC, this proposal, if we look at page 53, came up with some very good ideas, for example, on improved learning. A large number of representations supported the proposal, citing improved facilities, sustainability. The new school building is designed to be net zero in terms of carbon emissions. So I think that is something that is very positive, allowing for the fact that HATOC will do what it's meant to do. And I think I support, as Councillor Skinner said, and others before him, that this is a very positive proposal, assuming we can nail HATOC down into actually delivering the safety measures that everyone is asking about. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Skinner, were you making that a proposal?
Yes, I was, Madam Chairman. I'm recommending approval of this application.
Thank you. And I take it you're seconding Councillor De Sarum.
Yes, Madam Chair, happy to second, although I think Councillor Keys did get in a little bit before me.
That was during, sorry, that was during questions. That was questions only.
Okay.
We weren't into
I vouch
debate.
your knowledge and experience, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Pook.
Thank you. I think it's probably all been said now. I'm fully in support of the application. There are questions on the access, but I think the best access has been chosen. It can be sorted out with Devon County, and I will be supporting the application when it comes to a vote. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Key.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I did emphasise in actual fact that I didn't have a question, and I was actually talking on the subject, so I did put forward the proposal of recommendation. The only point that I did want to actually make now is that the busiest times of the year, the summer and Easter and Christmas, right, there will be no school, and so consequently the amount of traffic going into the school premises will be greatly reduced, if none at all. So that would help anyway.
Yeah, thank you. And just to reiterate, the first part of the meeting was questions to Jerry Upfield, and now we're in debate. So it's been proposed by Councillor Skinner, seconded by Councillor De Sarum. Councillor Woodward, you want to speak?
Yes, just to support the proposal. It's the outline's already been given. It's in the neighbourhood plan. The main issue is the traffic, which we know can be dealt with between the county and as a separate matter. And just an additional point that this will relieve the issues on the existing site. So I think that would be in its favour to approve this application.
Thank you. Right. Oh, Councillor Davey, your blue hand's up now.
Sorry, Councillor Ragg. I'm going to be very quick. I'd really just like to see the school developing a travel plan that encourages pupils to come to school by sustainable transport. And if the design of the school and the layout can facilitate that in any way, I think that would be welcomed. I do note that there is a footpath that runs, I think it said Masters Close, and I don't know whether a connection could be made to that. But I would certainly like to see pupil safety and walking and cycling encouraged in every way that it can.
Thank you. Right. Shirley, can you confirm the motion, please?
Yes, members. The motion is to approve subject to the conditions listed. And if you would please, when your name is called, indicate whether you are for the motion to approve, against the motion to approve, or whether you are abstaining from the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy.
Thank you. I'll go in alphabetical order. So Councillor Bloxham.
For.
Councillor Brown.
Approve.
Councillor Chamberlain.
For.
Councillor Davey.
For.
Councillor De Sarum.
For motion to approve.
Councillor Howe.
For.
Councillor Key.
Approve.
Councillor McLaughlin.
For.
Councillor Pook.
For.
Councillor Pratt.
For.
Councillor Skinner.
For.
Sorry, Councillor Skinner, was that for?
For. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward.
For.
Councillor Ragg.
For.
I can confirm that motion has been carried.
Thank you. Would it be better if perhaps we just pressed our red crosses and green ticks? Would that be appropriate? Shirley, what's your view?
It's up to you, Chair, but this was the procedure that we've used throughout for the planning committee. Perhaps for the next committee, it's something that we could look to amend.
I think so. Does would anyone have a problem with that, members?
Yes, this is far better to do it vocally. We've seen the confusion when people vote one way, another way, and also try to abstain. This is clear, simple, and every member gets to say their piece for, against, or abstain. And we all know exactly what we're doing.
Yeah, I tend to
I do agree with Mike, Madam Chairman. I do agree with them. I know it's long-winded, but it's very clear, and it's a planning committee meeting, decision making.
Yeah, I have seen confusion in the past. So anyway, okay, so that is carried. And now we go to item 11. And I think, Mr. Rose, you have an interest to declare in this one. It's application 200753 for Former NatWest Bank Axminster.
Thank you, Chair. Can everybody hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Can you see the presentation as well?
Yeah.
Good. Right, I'll carry on. Right, this application is for the demolition of an existing single-storey rear extension and the construction of a terrace of 3 dwelling houses to the rear of the former NatWest Bank in Axminster. The application is at the committee because the ward members' views differ from officers' views. I'll just run you through the slides. This is the site right in the town centre behind the former NatWest building. You can see a flat roofed extension at the rear which is to be removed to make way for the development. The site lies to the west of the car park on the former Webster's garage site and in behind the buildings at front Trinity Square. So the position of proposed dwellings is immediately to the rear of the bank. They'll be facing out over the car park and are designed as a terrace, 3 stories high. I don't know if you can make out the dimensions on here, but about 8.5 meters high to the ridge, featuring a lime render finished to the wall, natural slate roof, dormer windows and sliding sash windows. Right, this is the front of the former NatWest building. Access to the site is pedestrian only and will be via the side access here down the side of the bank building. This is the view of the site from the adjacent car park. So you can see the single-storey brick extension there will be removed to make way for the terrace of 3 dwellings. Sorry, I've got a very sensitive mouse here. The buildings to the rear of the site here, which face onto the main street in the town centre, are listed buildings, grade 2. NatWest Bank building itself is not listed, but it is locally listed. It's not got a statutory national listing. Also, you've got the church in view here as well. That is a grade 2 star listed building. This is just a picture of the site. The site extends to along this fence and then down to the stone wall at the rear. And this is an image of, obviously borrowed from Street View, so it's a bit high, but you can see from the rear of George, the bank building, sort of pink colour here on the side with the red brick rear extension. You can just make out the flat roof, the extension that is to be demolished at the rear here, and the timber fence at the very back of the site, which denotes the most southerly point of the site. So the main issues, as members will note from the report, in relation to this application are the principle of development, the design and the impacts on heritage assets, parking and some environmental health issues. With regards to the principle of the development on the site is in a town centre location, very sustainably located, so in principle there's no objection to development on the site. And also in that respect, despite normally requiring 6 parking spaces, because the proposal is showing three bedroom properties, due to the sustainable location, the access and proximity to everything in the town centre and transport links, it's not considered necessary to have any car parking provided in this instance, and there's no objection on that particular point. With regards to design, as I've said, it's about 8.5 metres tall to the ridge. Proposal will have natural slates, sliding sash windows, lime render finish, so all reasonably appropriate for the conservation area. But members obviously note that the buildings adjacent to the site are all in the main 2-storey buildings. The proposal is for a 3-storey building featuring dormer windows. If I can find the right slide. There we are. And there's concern that this is out of kilter with the hierarchy of the buildings in the area, and it will, in some respects, obscure some of the appreciation of the historic roof lines to the rear of these properties, and possibly also of the church when viewed from the direction of George. That said, members will recall that the site was at some point in time occupied by the Webster's Garage buildings, which themselves may have had a similar effect. So members will note and report that the harm identified is considered to be less than substantial, but that is still harm that needs to be balanced against other benefits. And I'll come to that in a moment. With regards to environmental health issues, the environmental health officer has noted that there are, in quite close proximity to the building, a number of commercial premises, the car park itself, which could give rise to potential noise and disturbance to the occupants of the proposed building. And they have suggested, in the event that members were to consider approving the application, that the condition is applied in relation to an acoustic survey to establish what mitigation might be necessary in terms of the fabric and the build of the proposal to limit harm to those occupants. So on balance, Chairman, Councillor Wright, there's less than substantial harm been identified to a number of listed buildings in the town centre and also the wider conservation area. That harm still needs to be balanced against the benefits. Proposal will provide 3 dwellings, which is a welcome addition to the housing stock. But it is considered in this case that the effect on the heritage assets, which is quite a notable number of listed buildings and the conservation area, are considered to outweigh that benefit. And as such, the application is recommended for refusal as set out in the report.
Thank you, Jeremy. And I should have introduced you. That was Jeremy Ebden, members. Thank you for that, stepping in and presenting that. Now we have speakers. Mr. Graham Barton. Mr. Barton in the meeting?
He is, yes, he's on mute at the moment. So, Mr. Barton, if you can hear me, it's *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, hi.
Oh, morning, Mr.
Good
Barton.
morning.
Well, welcome to the
Morning to you.
meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. So my name's Graham Barton. I'm one of the owners of the land known as Webster's next door to the application site. But for the avoidance of doubt, my objection to the application isn't commercially driven. I'm here to try and protect my hometown from inappropriate development. In the agenda report for today are the planning officer's reasons for recommending refusal, along with both the conservation officer and parish council's objections to the application. There's also the input of the ward members. 2 of the 3 give no actual reasons for their position, but one goes into more depth. The problem is that what's in front of you is fundamentally incorrect in various aspects. For example, it says there are numerous modern buildings that surround the site. No, there aren't. Not even one. The site is surrounded on 3 sides by 5 directly adjoining listed buildings, and the local list in the conservation area has the bank itself as being of historic and architectural significance. It's said that the dwellings approved at the Axminster Police Station site are directly opposite a listed building. They are opposite the rear of a listed building that sits behind 15 to 20 metres of hedging and trees, and across the other side of a 2-lane road with pavements on either side. The application site directly adjoins 6 heritage buildings, not comparable. Those dwellings, on the police station consent, are in much closer proximity to the listed building. Not so. Those dwellings are between 20 and 40 metres away from the listed building in question. The ones in the application are between 7 metres and 1 metre away from the directly adjoining listed buildings. The current view is of the flat-roofed extension to the NatWest building. That's been mentioned before. It's the walk-in safe room that already has consent for removal as part of an approval granted in June for conversion of part of the bank into a flat. Finally, it said the view is a modern-looking red brick and slate outbuilding garage. This is the former ballroom to the new commercial, now the home of the River Cottage restaurant. It might be modern in relation to its surroundings, but it dates back to the first half of the 1900s, so it isn't modern at all. The garage element is the yard gates that have been recently installed with listed building consent for rear access. This isn't a random piece of land without merit or purpose. It's part of the character of the immediately adjoining heritage assets. Supporting an increase in the number of residents in the town centre could indeed have public benefits, but the focus should be on the upper floors of existing buildings, not by covering every square metre of bare land that could be found until there's none left. Even small green lungs are important. If consented, the application would send the wrong message and could be the floodgate moment, resulting in a change in the character of Axminster and other towns in the district forever. This isn't about density, it's about appropriate places to build houses, and this is not an appropriate place for even one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barton. Mr. Sam Hall. Mr. Hall?
Hello, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome to the meeting. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of my father, the applicant, who is not used to this type of forum and process, and as such has asked me to speak on his behalf. My dad is not a traditional developer, but a local shop owner and resident of East Devon, who has taken on the site with the aim of bringing the ground floor back into active use with the creation of residential uses above. We are grateful that planning permission has been granted for the main building and now wish to build a small terrace to the rear that will hopefully be affordable as well as being well located. The proposal is very much seen as an opportunity to tidy up the rear of the building that has been neglected for many years. We wish to remove the unsympathetic rear extension to the building and feel that this is a good opportunity to improve the appearance of the site and area whilst providing 3 well-located dwellings that will be ideal for occupation by young couples or those with a small family, benefiting from being within walking distance of the shops and services in Axminster, including the school. On this point, we very much appreciate the support provided to the application from the 3 ward members and hope this demonstrates to you the lack of harm from and benefits of the proposal. We appreciate that the site is within the conservation area and adjoining listed buildings, and it is for this reason that my dad has been very careful with the design of the houses, following the character of the surrounding area in terms of proposing terraces with timber sash windows, render and slate roof tiles. The proportion of the building follows those in close proximity to the site, and given the poor appearance of the site at present, we believe that the proposal will enhance the appearance of this part of the conservation area. Axminster Town Centre is characterised by terraced properties with the same window proportions that we are proposing, the same materials and the scale of properties at 3 stories, some with dormer windows. We therefore disagree with the Conservation Officer that the proposal is out of character and have ensured that the proposed dwellings are subservient to the main building. We fail to see any harm caused by the proposal and actually feel that the more traditional 2-storey design suggested in the report would be out of character. With regard to listed buildings, again, we believe that this design is sympathetic to them and will not harm their setting, which at present is a neglected area in need of some change. We will not touch the boundary walls, and on reading the Conservation Officer's comments, they do not appear to identify any harm other than the height of the proposal, which, as already mentioned, has been kept to a minimum and is subservient to the main building as requested. We feel supported in this by the views of the ward members and lack of objections from the members of the public. We note the late objection received from the consultation period, after the consultation period, from the owner of the adjoining former Webster garage site, who is of the opinion that this small-scale development will conflict with any redevelopment of their site. This is disappointing because we are investing to improve the area whilst no development has been put forward since the buildings were demolished 7 years ago to make way for privately run car parks. From reading the committee report, we thank the planning officer for agreeing that the principle of development is acceptable, that the use of materials are appropriate, that the removal of the rear extension is positive, that we have addressed the comments from the county archaeologist, and that there are no other concerns with the proposal. In light of this, we feel that the proposal will enhance the area and not harm it. We therefore hope that you will be able to support our proposal and allow the site to be redeveloped in a sensitive way that will not only tidy up the site, but provide 3 dwellings in a highly sustainable location. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hall. Now we come to the board members. Councillor Moulding.
Well, thank you very much, Chairman, for allowing me to speak on this matter. As members are now aware, this is a development of 3 town centre terrace houses, which I'm sure, if permitted, would be of great value to this area. Graham Barton mentioned the adjoining buildings, and I'm surprised that he didn't mention Atkins Auctions, which is a flat-roofed building, probably the ugliest building in Axminster, which is owned by Graham Barton and is only a matter of 20 or 30 metres away. Now, the conservation officer is obviously concerned about the influence of this development on the adjacent bank, and the frontage of the bank, I have to agree, is very attractive and very much part of the town centre scene, and I can quite understand why that part is protected. But the rear of the building, in my view, is not at all attractive. In fact, there's an extension there which is proposed to be pulled down, which in my view will be an advantage. And in this site, which we can see on the screen in front of us now, will go the 3 terrace dwellings. From what I can understand, the likelihood of future development alongside in the Webster's Garage area, which you can now see, is going to be more likely than not a mix of residential and retail. And so for me, the residential element of the development of Webster's will complement the development proposed here at the rear of the NatWest Bank. There was a thought that noise might emanate from the car park, but of course this car park has only temporary planning permission, and eventually if it's developed, then that noise will disappear. Pedestrian access is only available to this site, but there is plenty of parking currently from this temporary car park at Webster's, but just alongside is East Devon District Council's own South Street car park, and that would accommodate any parking issues that there may be. As far as I can see, the removal, as I say, of the modern extension is welcomed. The new building, I think, will complement the rear of the NatWest Bank building rather than detract from its appearance. So therefore, the demand I feel for these 3 terraced houses in the centre of Axminster will be very high. I welcome this development and hope that the members of the Planning Committee will approve this application. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Moulding. Is Councillor Hall here today?
Chairman, he's away on holiday.
Okay.
He's given his apologies.
Okay, thank you. Then Councillor Sarah Jackson.
Many thanks, Chair. Yes, first of all, I'd quite like to thank Mr. Hall and Mr. Barton for their comments. I will just note that Mr. Barton's recent verbal representation is not in accord with his written representation, where it's quite apparent from his written comments that his objection is actually due to the future potential development of the neighbouring site at Webster's. And leaving that there, I'll move on. So first of all, I'd quite like to declare that I've received an email from Mr. Barton in opposition to this application, which is the one that's also written on the planning application. But we've also been, as all of the ward members have, participants in an initial meeting from the potential developers at Webster's with regards to initial concepts, and it's just worth mentioning that has taken place. I was surprised to see mention of this development, actually, the Webster's development in the report from officers, given that, but then
with further consideration, I do recognise that it is within the local plan, although that was submitted and approved in 2016, which is some years ago, and it's due for review now. We haven't actually seen any plans come forward for the Webster's site yet, so it's only really initial concepts. And certainly any development on this site of 3 dwellings, I can't see would actually stop any future development of the adjacent site in any case. It would only mean that those would have to be taken into consideration along with the numerous other buildings that surround that plot. It's worth also considering that actually East Devon District Council does have a financial interest in the Webster's development, as it would also incorporate the area which is currently occupied by the East Devon District Council car park. And so because of that, I urge that the members of the planning committee don't consider Webster's as a primary factor in making a determination on this particular application. Instead, I'd ask that they look at the application on face value and its potential benefits versus its harm. And with that in mind, I'll look back at the report and just identify from that what the reason for refusal suggested is, and that's quoted as: "This harm is considered to be less than substantial and in accordance with the NPPF is necessary to balance the identified harm against potential public benefit." Now that's the key here, because what is the harm? And unlike the officer's report, I actually disagree with the negative impact that it may have on the listed buildings adjacent and around. As you can see from the photographs, and if we were in a COVID-free time, I would recommend that people visited the site and actually experience it. It's quite a big area, and you have to do a sort of 360 to understand that. And as Councillor Moulding's also picked up on, you do have the Atkins Auctions building there, which is not an attractive building, but it would actually improve the view. Certainly, it's sited adjacent to a car park, and anyone who's visiting that car park isn't stopping to admire the architecture in any case. They're more worried about getting to where they need to go. It's tucked behind a more substantial building, and whilst I recognise that the proposed buildings are quite tall, they are set quite a considerable way back from the buildings that make up the frontage of the high street. And they're only at the rear of those buildings anyway. They wouldn't detract from the front of those buildings. And we've seen applications in Honiton. There's been a number of burgage plots like infill sites that have been approved by this committee within the last year, which do just that. They put dwellings behind a historic frontage. In terms of what benefit it provides, I think that's quite clear. We've got 3 dwellings as laid out by Mr. Hall that would provide family housing in a town centre location, which is very, very close to amenities. All over the place. There's everything anyone would need. So that helps to promote green travel and walking, although it does have to be said that whilst there's no car parking spaces, as the officers have already touched on, there's ample parking within a stone's throw. There are 5 other car parks within very, very short walking distance. So car parking isn't an issue. It also means that we can take pressure off of our housing numbers that we need to hit as a district. So I would actually argue there's quite a substantial public benefit, not just to the location of Axminster, but to the district as a whole. So I would ask that the committee consider this application not on the future potential developments, but what's actually in front of them and its merit.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Can you wind up now, please?
I've just finished. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. And can I assure you that we look solely at the application before us and not in conjunction with anything else. Right, I have some blue hands up. Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I'm glad you made that point, because there's whatever relationship with other applications, there's nothing to do with this application here today, and I have no intention of bringing it into the fore. I've listened to obviously the two speakers previously, obviously the owner who's put the application forward, and obviously somebody who has their views and their vested views, and perhaps wanted to take the scheme forward. And I've also listened quite eminently to the ward members, and Councillor Moulding spoke very well, and Councillor Jackson also spoke extremely well with passion about how she feels about the acceptance of this application in this town. Madam Chairman, I think that, as was said previously, that there needs to be some serious considerations. Axminster is an old town as it goes forward, and it doesn't want to lose that. That's its history, that's its heritage, its DNA. But what is clear here, that this is at the back of lots of this, as you drive through Axminster. It's not at the front. It's not detrimental to the front of the town in any shape, way or form. It is at the back. And from what I can see and what I've understood and listening to the ward members, I'm going to be, Madam Chairman, putting a proposal forward that I want to look to approve this application and not and support it, and not see it as a refusal. So that's my recommendation. I'm going to put that forward and put it out there, and I welcome other members to comment.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for that proposal, please?
Yes, Councillor Pook.
Councillor Pook.
Yeah.
Thank you. Would you like to speak on that, Councillor Pook?
If I could, please.
Yeah.
An awful lot has been said about this, but it comes down to, in my mind, two primary issues. One is that we're going to be creating housing in the centre of a town, which will bring life to the town, and which is what we're trying to do. We don't want people just using it as just coming into. We want people to live there, make it a live place, and more so, this application makes housing without destroying any commercial use. You know, we so often see shops and things turning into houses. But this actually makes housing without destroying that. So that's a great positive for it. And secondly, addressing the impact on the built environment. I think the scale and the style is more than in keeping. It's obviously subservient to the dwelling, the bank beside it. So I can see no argument standing up to say that that's not in keeping. And so I'm more than happy to second the application for approval.
Thank you, Councillor Pook. Now, Councillor Key.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, I can't support the proposal that's been put forward. I mean, to be quite honest, I mean, the design of it, I think, could have been a lot better. It's not going to be in keeping with the existing brick buildings that are there. And plus the fact, I feel it's overdevelopment height-wise, because you haven't got any other three-storey buildings locally there. And I do feel that it's going to be overdevelopment, and I don't like the design at all. I think it's not a bit in keeping with anything surrounding it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Key. Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I've got to disagree with Councillor Key on this occasion. I feel that the current extension to the original bank is fairly unattractive, pretty featureless, and it is currently attached to the historic building. These would be separated from the bank and set slightly further back. I was pleased to see that the wall is going to be retained, because that is really quite a historic looking wall. Much has been made of the fact these are three-storey buildings. In principle, that is true. But in fact, the third story is within the roof. It's a dormer window. And therefore the appearance of them is two-storey. They must be slightly taller in order to accommodate that, but I think that is not really a huge issue. It's also in a very sustainable location in the centre of Axminster. And looking around at the photographs, and I appreciate, as Councillor Jackson suggested, a site visit might have been better. There seems to be a variety of building styles in the area, and I can't see that this would have an adverse impact on the street scene or on surrounding buildings. It's right next to a car park, which is hardly a historic thing to have. I feel that this application can safely be approved.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward.
Thank you, Chair. To go against the officer's recommendation, I understand we would need to justify that. His conclusion states that as there are no public benefits to outweigh this identified harm, there is a conflict with EN9. But I think many councillors have mentioned, and Councillor Jackson, that in fact, we see it differently, that there will be actually considerable benefits by approving the application for, is it already poor appearance nearby? There may be heritage buildings, but there's also some very mixed buildings nearby, not alone the car park, which is really a desperate sight to see a car park. So I would approve and endorse the proposal that's been put forward by Councillor Skinner, and on the basis that EN9 does not provide grounds for refusal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Woodward. Councillor De Saram, have you anything new to add?
Thank you, Chairman. I was just going to say that I think that if we were to go ahead with this, against the recommendation, it would be, well, in principle, keeping with the Barnwell Manor Wind Energy Court of Appeal thing listed on page 89. So I don't think that we would be in conflict of it. And as other members have said, there are a variety of building styles already around, and the public benefit would, of course, be, as we've just mentioned, the taking the pressure off the housing numbers. So that's really all I had to say on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Councillor Brown. Councillor Brown, you're on mute.
I'm back now. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, right. I'm going to back Councillor Key on this one. This site should be refused. It's for 3 houses on a site of less than 1/10 of an acre, which is double government guidelines for building houses of this size. It's close to 6 listed buildings and also in a conservation area. And if you cast your mind back to an appeal that came in about 2 weeks ago for 13 to 15 High Street, which was a rear development backing onto a listed building, the inspector gave us one of his reasons for refusing the application, paragraph 193 of the National Planning Policy Framework, which indicated that great weight should be given to heritage assets in a conservation area. And we must be consistent in planning. And, you know, because that one there was refused, we must refuse this one because, you know, it's totally out of keeping with what should be there. And it's being, you know, 3 houses are being crammed into a small site with very little amenity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Right, no more blue hands. Shirley, can you sum up, please?
Sorry, Chair, I was just trying to unmute. I think perhaps Jeremy, as the planning officer, may wish to reply to some of the comments, and then I will come back because I do have a question in relation to the recommendation as moved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jeremy, would you like to comment, please? Hello, Jeremy. There he is. Oh, he's not. Has he gone? No, he's coming back. Is he there?
Maybe in the meantime, while Jeremy is getting himself sorted, if the proposer and seconder could cast their minds to the reasons for going against the officer recommendation, which need to be clear, and the thought to delegation of conditions if members go with the recommendation to approve. But I'll wait for Jeremy to make his comments.
I think Jeremy's having problems with his computer because it's grayed out. So I'm not sure if he can hear us.
Okay, then can we go to the proposer and seconder? Councillor Skinner, Councillor Pook, your reasons for going against the officer's recommendation, please.
Unless you want to go, I mean, perhaps as I was the proposer, I will go. I will take a lead, and perhaps anything I miss out, Jeff, sure, chuck in. I actually disagree within the recommendations put up in the executive summary. And if you look at the executive summary, look at the 4th paragraph down, where it starts off with the proposal is therefore considered to result in harm, which is a matter of opinion, and it conflicts with, if you go on, it conflicts with the requirements of the local plan policies E9 and EN10. And I'm actually going to disagree with that, and this is a matter of opinion. I don't think it conflicts personally with EN9 or EN10, and therefore will be overruling both those two policies in the way of taking this forward, because it does not harm, I don't believe, in the weight against the heritage assets, against the weight of the benefit of what this would bring. Over to Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah, I agree with. I was going to bring up those exact points. I don't believe it's of a harm, and the balance against the benefit of having 3 houses right in the centre of town and all the green and zero carbon benefits of that. I think they outweigh any perceived harm, and that's a perceived harm by the conservation officers. In my opinion, it's not a harm. So you can turn those into the necessary words, Shirley, I'm sure.
Madam Chairman, could I just add to that? That Shirley did ask us. You asked us if there was any perceived recommendations condition that would we have liked to add to that. And I don't have any, and I'm not sure if Jeff had any. I don't have any per se, other than going with the recommendations put forward. Thank you.
May I suggest then you delegate conditions to be agreed with the chair and with the head of planning then?
As long as you include the ward members. Very important.
And ward members, yes, I can do that.
Absolutely.
Okay, nothing else to add from me.
Thank you. Is Jeremy back yet? No.
He did come back in, but he's still greyed out. So I'm unless he can answer now, I think he's still having problems.
Could he phone in?
He's disappeared again, so maybe he's trying to get back.
I haven't been watching. Okay.
Shall we move on, Madam Chair?
Well, I'd really like to give this a fair hearing. I think it's important because we're members are going against the officer's recommendation, it seems. So I think it's important.
Yeah, your chairman.
Just admitting him again.
Yep, your decision. Yep, fine.
Not. I've blacked myself out. Can you pass me my pliers?
No chance of getting Jeremy back?
Yeah, he's just entering the room again, so hopefully he's got his computer sorted.
Okay.
Hot drink? Cold drink? Okay.
In the meantime, could other members please mute their speakers, please?
That's a loo being flushed. Oh dear.
Jeremy, are you able to hear us? No, he's having problems, Chair. He keeps coming and going, so he can't get reconnected.
Okay, well, do you think we could defer this until later on? If he can't get in at the end of the meeting, we'll have to take a vote.
Let's go on. Now.
Shirley?
It is up to you, Chair, of course, but if you wish to just hold this, or possibly looking at the time, adjourn for a comfort break for members and then take the vote after a comfort break, perhaps.
But we
that
were
may
going
be
to, we were going to adjourn at midday, weren't we? So can we'll break there and see if Jeremy can come back. If not, then we'll have to take a vote.
Did you say five minutes, Madam Chairman? 5 minutes?
Yeah, 5 minutes, I think, because we've got quite a long way to go yet.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
5 minutes.
What I'll do is I'll keep the live stream up and running. We'll put an adjournment break on. So if we can all mute and shut our cameras down because
Fine,
we are
Wendy.
still live streaming. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, Jeremy. Hello,
Hi,
can
Wendy.
you hear me? We're
Yes,
on a
can you hear
break
me?
at the moment. Yes, we're on a break at the moment. So we wanted to get your feedback with regards to some questions. So we're still live streaming. So please, we'll have to put ourselves on mute. But if you could just sort of bear with us, we'll be back in about 3-4 minutes.
All right, I'll hang on the line.
Okay, thank you.
Jeremy, it's Anita. Just to say, if your IT is problematic, there should be a phone, or there is a phone number on the Zoom invitation. You can always
That's
phone
what I'm
in.
using, I think.
Oh, okay. Is that what you're doing? Fantastic.
Through
Yeah.
Skype, it says. So, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Fantastic. That's probably
you.
a bit more stable. Fantastic. They'll come back to you. Members just wanted to, yeah, as Wendy says, raise some queries.
Okay.
Right, are we ready to start again then, members? Everybody here? No, Jeff Poops disappeared. Okay, is Jeremy with us now?
Hello, Councillor Ragg, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome back,
Hello.
Jeremy.
Thank you. Sorry, I was kicked out of the global desktop halfway through Councillor
Oh.
Jackson's speech, so I caught most of it and everything that followed after up until, well, about 5 minutes ago.
Okay.
So you wanted a steer on some of the issues that have been
Yeah.
raised, different councillors?
Yes.
Okay. I'll start with Councillor Jackson's comments, if I may. Yes, in the report there is reference to strategy 20, which refers to Webster's Garage. That's really in the report just to draw members' attention to it. Members will notice in the recommendation for refusal there's no reference to that policy. The reference in the report is really just to make sure members are aware of strategy 20's ambitions for the site and to think about the relationship between the two. But absolutely right, we should consider it every application on its merits in the current context. Councillor Jackson, as well as Councillor Brown, actually touched on an issue in relation to sort of backland development, I suppose you could call it, burgage plots in conservation areas. Yes, there was an appeal decision we received fairly recently in relation to a proposal for 2 dwellings at the rear of 15 High Street, Honiton, a site which has around it experienced some fairly unsympathetic development in the past, fairly modern developments. But we refused the application, and the inspector very soundly backed us on that and said, despite the degradation to the area, it's still appropriate to consider these issues and give great weight to them. And found in that case that it would further damage the interpretation and the understanding of the historic form of the building and the contribution it makes to the high street. So yeah, absolutely right to refer to that. Some councillors have raised the design being in keeping with the existing properties around the site. That's true to a degree, as noted in the report. The use of synthetic materials and some design features is welcome. I think the main issue, as referred to in the reason for refusal here, is principally the scale of the development being out of kilter with what's around it. This is the first application we've seen on the site. It's not necessarily one that members have to accept if they think the principle of development on the site is okay, but perhaps they haven't quite got things right in the design. With reference to the rear extension to the bank, there's reference in the report again to another application which was running alongside this one, but has since been approved. That application has given approval for the creation of 1 ground floor flat in the rear of the NatWest building, and that actually also did involve the demolition of that rear extension. So that's been authorised already to an extent. So that rear extension may go regardless of what happens to this application. So perhaps you can advise me if that sort of addresses all the comments that people are raising, because I wasn't here for the entirety of the discussion.
Yes, I think so. Have you any comments to make on that, Shirley?
No, but I will repeat for Jeremy's benefit what members have proposed and seconded.
Yes, please.
And before we actually go to a vote on it, members have moved to approve the application with conditions delegated to the chair, board members and head of planning, as the reason for going against officers' recommendation is that the committee the reason for is that, oh, I've written this the wrong way round. The public benefit outweighs the identified less than substantial harm into the conservation area. So therefore, the listed buildings, I beg your pardon. So those are the reasons that members are going against the officer recommendation. So Jeremy, if you want to comment any further on that, it would be appreciated.
Just perhaps to ask if maybe we could identify what those public benefits are. It's a bit broad brush public benefits. There was some reference to housing provision, town centre business generation, things like that. If members would like to clarify that.
It's Jeff Book. I'd say the benefits do relate to the provision of housing within a town centre environment, thereby enlivening a town centre without depreciating any commercial opportunities in it, which is something we don't always see.
Agree with that, Madam Chairman. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Can we move to the vote now then, please?
Members, when your name is called, please would you indicate whether you're for the motion to approve this application, against the motion to approve the application, or whether you're abstaining from the vote.
Thank you. Councillor Bloxham.
For.
Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Chamberlain.
Against.
Councillor Davey.
For.
Councillor de Sarum.
For approval.
Councillor Howe.
For.
Councillor Key.
Against.
Councillor McLaughlin.
For.
Councillor Pook.
For approval.
Councillor Pratt.
For approval.
Councillor Skinner.
For.
Councillor Woodward.
For approval.
Councillor Ragg.
Against.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 votes for approval. I can confirm that motion has been carried.
Thank you. Right, now we move on to item 9, application 20-0607 full. It's Council Chambers, Station Road, Budleigh, Salterton. Chris, are you back with us?
I think
he's just
hopefully
coming in.
Just coming. Okay.
Hi, hopefully am I back?
Yes.
Are you back?
Excellent. Are you waiting for me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try and share my screen, but bear with me because I had the problems last time. Here we go. Oh. Sorry, it seems to be a problem that I'm going to have all day. Right. There we go. Sorry, it keeps defaulting to the defaulting to the wrong one.
No, that's right. Yeah, I got mine out the way of the camera. When mine comes up, which is in Tail Vale, I'm going to go.
Councillor Skinner, have you? Oh, there we go. Have you talking. Thank you. We've got an application here for a provision of additional car parking spaces to serve existing flats. So hopefully you can see on the screen here the flats, and you can see outlined in red the areas the application relates to, which relates to car parking. The application's in front of you because it's contrary to the views of the 3 ward members. At the moment, what we've got on site in the building, the old council chambers, is a detached 2-storey building of 8 apartments, and we're in Budleigh Salterton. If I move on to the screen, you can see at the moment that it's got this green amenity area around the flats at the moment, with a row of car parking at the rear and a bin area to the back. And this is the proposal. So to reuse some of this garden area here to create car parking spaces, rearrange the area at the rear, and to provide a better bin storage area behind a hedge and fence on this part of the site. It's relevant to note at this point, you can see there's a proposed development site at the back here. That's a scheme that was approved back in March this year for a further unit at the site. So this scheme in effect will enable that scheme to be built out a bit better by rearranging the car parking layout for the scheme. So this is the site down here. So you can see the low wall with a hedge behind. This is the application building. There's a better view. So the idea is to move this hedge and wall back further into the site to enable this run of car parking spaces to be provided off the access road here. And it would increase the number of spaces on the site from 6 to 11 for the 8 flats. And again, here we can see it. So the spaces are proposed behind this wall and this hedge that you can see to the site. So the main issues with the application are the impact on the character and appearance of the area and highway safety. In terms of the character and appearance, yes, there's the loss of this green wall and this green amenity area, but there's adequate amenity area left to the remainder of the site, and a new wall and planting can be built back in place behind the new car parking spaces. As you can see, the area, there's lots of hard surfacing around at the moment, so it's not considered that the creation of further hard standing for those parking spaces will be harmful to the appearance of the area. With regard to highway safety, you'll see in the report the concerns raised by the town council and the ward member, which I can understand because we're off a fairly busy road. You can see there's a bus stop by the entrance. There's on-street car parking here, and then that combines with the entrance into the site and the wider business units at the rear. And at the same time, you have pedestrians having to cross this part of the junction here. So, and in particular, I think there's concerns raised about the 2 parking spaces on the end next to those parking areas. Hopefully Fiona Harris is still on this call from DCC Highways if there's any questions about highway safety. But you'll see in the report that there's no objections raised from a highway safety perspective. There's no change in the traffic flow or the directions of any of the vehicles that are going to use the area. There's already traffic coming in here and parking further into the estate, and Highways of the view that given the previous use of this area as offices, that there's not going to be any greater level of highway parking or access, and therefore no greater highway safety concerns. So in light of the lack of harmful visual impact and no highway safety objection from Devon County, the application is recommended for approval with conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Now we have an applicant wishing to speak, Mr. Jonathan Baker. Is he in the meeting?
Mr. Baker sent his apologies this morning, so Amanda's going to read it out on his behalf.
Okay, thank you. Amanda.
Amanda, are you on mute?
No, I'm not.
Amanda? Oh, we can hear you now.
Good.
I'm not. Can
What,
you hear
you're-
me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, I'll start again. So Jonathan Baker from Baker Chartered Surveyors, whom are appointed agents representing Council Chambers Management Company Limited. We are representing all flat owners at the development and are currently appointed building stroke estate managers for the development. I would like it expressed that unfortunately, due to the council's change in timings for the hearing, we unfortunately, due to other scheduled meetings, are now unable to attend the Zoom meeting and would therefore like to express my apologies to all attendees. Matters for consideration. Number 1, the application and raised objection regarding the loss of amenity. It is important for parties to note that the application is not for additional parking. It is to simply relocate a number of existing parking spaces currently located to the rear of the building around to the north side boundary. As a result, there is in fact very little loss of amenity space, and this cannot therefore be considered detrimental to the development, with the loss of part of the garden area along the side being offset by freeing up those areas to the rear of the building, which will subsequently become part of the overall communal grounds. While I appreciate the Town Council's concerns relating to residents and loss of amenity space, this application is being made directly by the very personnel whom they have concern for. However, to confirm, remaining amenity space for the development will remain at an approximate total area of 300 square metres, equating to 37 square metres per property, with communal garden areas still being retained to all elevations of the building and extensively out to the front and the southern elevation. The application also improves amenity in the fact that it incorporates a formal bin storage area currently not provided. At present, Council Chambers has the ongoing problem of bin storage, having to accommodate some 24 refuse/recycling bins, all of which have and continue to be located at the rear adjacent the former council store. With this site now subject to imminent redevelopment, this is creating a need to provide an alternative bin store area.
30 seconds remaining.
This needs to be in a position to accommodate road/curbside collection, with the development retaining a number of elderly owners who are unable to carry/drag bins a long distance to ensure refuse collection. If parking is to remain to the rear of the building, this leaves the option of forming along the front boundary adjacent the existing gateway to the development. As I am sure all parties can appreciate, this is not ideal in terms of appearance and would undoubtedly be detrimental for both the overall appearance of the development from the road along the residents themselves.
I'm Amanda.
The proposed
Thank you, Amanda. I think we got the main content there. Now, Ward Member, Councillor Alan Dent.
Thank you, Chair.
Right.
Yes, you've seen my comments in the report,
yeah,
and I'd just like to add to them considerably. The main points that are being addressed and need to be addressed are the question of the parking spaces for residents of the flats. And let's be clear about this: they're not additional; they're substitute. They're just moving them around. The reason for that will become clear later. With little loss of amenity, highways have no objection, and they claim it's safe manoeuvring for vehicles. Well, my description of the site is that this particular piece of roadway is an alleyway between the public hall and the council chambers. And down that alleyway, there is access to the public toilets, the council workshop units, the lower station and upper station road car parks, and now the old fire station, which is about to become a community workshop, thanks to local support and crowdfunding. Adjacent to the building itself, to the town council building, to the public hall, there is a bus stop, and this is used by buses and coaches when loading and discharging passengers. The alleyway is also used by regular local bus services as they drive around the rear of the building, the public hall, when they reverse their route. They go around and go back the other way. In short, this is a heavily used pedestrian route for people both entering and leaving the town throughout the year, as well as a busy passageway for buses, cars, and commercial vehicles. Coaches use the bus stop on the station road side of the public hall when loading and discharging passengers on theatre and National Trust outings and others. Many of these are elderly and their first port of call is often to the public toilets. By foot they go. Thankfully, white lines, as you've seen in some of the clearer pictures, have recently been painted, there they are, thank you, on the alleyway, which now prevents vehicles parking there, thus allowing use of the full width of the alleyway, which does make it much safer for the pedestrians. And that, by the way, that hedge shows where the car parking is proposed to be. The idea of having up to 7 cars parked alongside this alleyway fills us all with concern, particularly for pedestrian safety. Most people using the proposed car parking facility will enter their spaces going forward, so to come out, they'll need to reverse. And this would be into the busy pedestrian and vehicular traffic using this alleyway. This then creates a real bottleneck and is, in my view, a recipe for disaster. I respect the highways officer's comments that Station Road is unclassified, fine, and there is no change in the direction of traffic flow, agreed. What those comments fail to consider is the intensity of movement here of both vehicles and pedestrians around the public hall. Come and look for yourselves on any weekday and you'll see what I mean. And once again, listening to the agent's comments, the motivation for this is not actually for the benefit of the residents of council chambers, not at all. The applicant has purchased the old storage unit at the rear of the chambers, as described by Chris, and wishes to convert it into a small residence. Consequently, the existing car parking spaces to the side are an inconvenience. And by getting this application approved, it clears the way for a more attractive housing development. This is, and in addition to that, I think the bin store comments are a complete red herring. There's plenty of room within the existing site to build a store within the amenity, the grassed area, the amenity area. This alleyway is a busy, congested strip of roadway, which is already heavily used by vehicles and pedestrians. And if permitted, this proposed development will simply increase congestion and endanger pedestrians even more than now. On behalf of the Town Council, as well as my fellow ward members, I ask that you take these comments very seriously and listen to the united voice of our community by refusing this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Dent. And can I remind members again, not that you probably need it, we are looking at this application and not at what might be in the future. So just focus on this application only. Thank you. Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I know this area very well. I've been grown up with it in all of my life. And if Mr. Rose mind to come back to the picture, if he could, looking at the front end, that's the back end, but this end here, this here. As you come through Budleigh Salterton, what a beautiful town Budleigh Salterton is. It's unlike many other towns. It's steeped in history. It's steeped in just having space. It's just one of those places to just slightly...
Councillor Skinner, can you just stick to the application, please?
Yeah, but this is the background, Madam Chairman, the background as to what I'm going to come on to. You've put me off my thread now.
I'm going to put you up again.
When you look at this application in the way that it's set out here with the hedge and the bank and the brick wall, it looks absolutely fantastic. I don't need to repeat all the things that Councillor Alan Dent has mentioned because he touches on absolutely every part of what is absolutely right. I'm going to go against this application and recommend a refusal. In contrast to the previous application, the one at Axminster, which was backdrop development, this is absolutely front development. And do we want to see cars parked at the front of these developments on the street scene? I don't think so. There's no justification in this for me whatsoever. And I'm going to move for a recommendation of refusal.
Councillor Skinner, could you just say why, give reasons why it should be refused?
There are some of the reasons that Councillor Dent laid out, but one of the reasons would be the vernacular use of that car park is not needed. You don't need those car parking spaces. There's plenty of car parking spaces in Budleigh Salterton already. The other reason would be that the look and the setting onto the building itself would be detrimental. Are you getting this, Shirley? And also, as Councillor Dent has pointed out, the danger that it provokes in having vehicles moving in that particular area, in danger to members of the public that use that particular right of way on a regular basis to enter other properties, to go up and down that property as well. So vehicles reversing out, which are the points that Councillor Dent made as well. And I wait to hear what other members have to say as well, if you wanted to add anything to that. Those three damn good reasons to start. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, those traffic concerns are not supported by Devon County Council Highways. And I believe that if we were to refuse this and it went to appeal, I don't think there would be argument enough to support our recommendation. But anyway, over to members. Councillor Pook.
Oh yeah, the photograph now that's on, you can just see that hatched area relating to this pedestrian alleyway, which Councillor Dent was talking about. Could we just have some clarification about, is that like a formal footpath, or is that just something that's been put down informally? Because if it is a formal footpath, surely that then means that the parking will require people to be driving over a footpath. And I just wanted to understand if there's any regulation or any reason why we should object to people driving over a footpath where it's not a footpath, where it's a they don't drive at the moment.
I believe there's a fire station there, wasn't there?
You want me to come back on that, Chairman?
Yeah.
Yeah, so well, Fiona Harris is on the call from Devon County, so she'll be able to hopefully put me right if I go wrong. But I understand that those white lines aren't part of the public highway. They're private, and they're lines that have been put down privately at the estate. So they're nothing that Devon County, as the highway authority, can control. They're not a formal pavement. They're something that someone's done informally.
Thank you. Right. Is there a seconder for the proposal to refuse? No seconder? Okay, then we move to Councillor Brewster Sarum, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to say, has a road safety audit been considered, given Councillor Dent's comments about the endangered things to pedestrians, and it's been busy and congested? I fully appreciate what Councillor Dent has said and other ward members, and I'm just concerned whether Fiona Harris can ask this question as to whether a road safety audit has been undertaken, given the fact that the report clearly says at page 61 that development could not be sustained on appeal. I think, as you yourself have said that, Madam Chairman. So that's really my question. Has a road safety audit been carried out? If not, why not? And are we where we are, as it were, in terms of this application? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, perhaps Fiona could answer that.
So can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, great stuff. Yes. So for all applications, initially we are carrying out the sort of stage 1 road safety audit in our assessment of the application. So on assessing this site, from my accounts, we're looking at four additional spaces, but essentially moving it round to the northern side, you're going to be moving the traffic movements, the turning further away from the interior of the site and the access to the old fire station and onto the town. And also there are many car parks throughout Devon where you're using a shared space element, if you like, for pedestrian and vehicular movements as a free route option. Now the white marking, as mentioned, is an informal marking. There's no official sort of element to that. Yeah.
Thank you, Fiona. Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Chair. Just to ask, I believe that new hedge and a new wall will be built to hide the vehicles. I think that was one of the points that Councillor Skinner made, that you'd see all the vehicles, but I think that's proposed. And also just to ask, I'm not really sure, I think I must have missed a piece, but is that wall being brought out, or is that wall staying exactly as it is? And the last thing to say, Councillor Dent said that there was no turning space in the car park, so vehicles will go in and then have to, thank you, then have to reverse out. And I just wanted to know, will they be able to come out forward facing, or is that right, that they will have to reverse out onto whatever else is built around the corner there at the back, please? So that's what I need to know.
I think that's one. The latter part is for Fiona. The other part, about the hedge, would be one for Chris Rose.
Yeah, just talking about the turning movement, we require 6 metres behind a vehicle space enabled to enable turnment. So from my assessment, these vehicles can be accessed in forward gear or reverse.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, and in terms of so that hedge and wall line that you see at the moment is along this line here. So in effect, that hedge and wall get pushed into the site so that they are behind the new parking spaces. And then the bin storage area is put at the end.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward.
Thank you, Chair. A question for Fiona, in that is that a private road or is it Devon Highway's responsibility? Because if they're not responsible for it, then they may have less comment to make about it. And I was going to ask about the hedge, but I see visually, if you're coming down from where Norman's used to be, you would still see the hedge. So the visual impact would be fairly similar to what it is now. And isn't there a one-way system? I went to have a look last week, and where the arrows are, is what I could see from the ground and the directions and the signage, is that's a one-way system to go to the car park up past the behind the hall. So yeah, if you go up here, the signage says you come up here and then turn right to go behind the village hall. So there wouldn't be so much two-way traffic if you're going to the car parks. I wonder if Fiona could address those questions.
Okay, Fiona. Fiona, are you still there?
Hello, I'm still there, sorry. So yes, it is a Devon County Council road. It's unclassified, so it's a low classified road, if you like, but it is a Devon County Council. It is a Devon County Council road.
Thank you.
So somebody comment on the one-way system. Sorry, Chair, but
yes, yeah.
Can maybe Chris could answer the one-way system question and the signage that there is showing that you have to go round.
Yes, I understand that. I don't know if Fiona will be able to. I don't know if it's a formal one-way system, but certainly when you are there, the signage and the layout sort of directs you in that one-way manner. Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howe.
Thank you very much. I just want clarity, because it's been mentioned where the zigzags are currently, the stripes are currently, were owned by the developer or the landowner. But it's now been stated that's a Devon County Highways road. And I need clarity who owns where those white lines are currently in front of that Jag, is it? Because obviously where we're looking at is the other side of that. And it just...
I can speak, yes. So yeah, we don't own that strip of the white markings, but we do have the road entry and through route.
Okay, so that bit of land that has got the white stripes currently on it is owned by the owner of the property we're talking about, the applicant, shall we say. So they have allowed public access across their land, which I assume they could stop at any point if it's theirs. And as such, with no highways support to refuse this would undoubtedly be overturned at an appeal if it went that way. So I would quite happily recommend approval as per officers' recommendations.
Thank you,
If you
councillor
really-
Howe. Is there a seconder for that proposal, please?
Yes, I'll second it, Chair.
Thank you. Is that Sarah, is it?
No, it's councillor McLaughlin.
Oh, Kathy, yeah. Okay, so, yeah. Okay, councillor Davey.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm having some difficulty with this one. I have concerns about pedestrian safety here because I can see that cars are going to come in almost certainly in a forward motion. Either that, or they're going to have to reverse into the space, whether it's formally or informally used by pedestrians. I know that is, as Councillor Dent has said, quite a busy alleyway. I do know this area quite well. And I have some concerns about road safety there. And I appreciate the DCC do not have, but I am concerned about the possibility of reversing cars. I also think there is a certain loss of amenity here, which nobody has mentioned, but as we look at it at the moment, there is a hedge and wall there. And what you're going to see instead is the loss of most of that wall and hedge and a row of parked cars there, which I think is less, it has some impact on the street scene there. So I'm in two minds about this one, and I'm waiting to hear further arguments. I'd like to hear a bit more.
Thank you. Councillor Key.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Can I just ask, how many parking spaces are there at the present time behind this building? Could Chris answer it for me?
Yeah, so I've just put the existing layout up on the screen, Councillor Key. So you can see there's a row of 7 at the rear at the moment.
Right. So they're not looking for any further site or sort of positions, really, are they? I mean, they're just trying to transfer it from one place to another. Is that correct?
Sort of. So there's the existing layout with a row of 7 at the rear, and as Councillor Dent said, and as I pointed out, the bit at the back there that says private garage is where they have consent for an extra unit. So to make that a better environment, if you like, they're proposing this layout. So you can see at the rear they lose a couple of spaces, and then they provide the further spaces along here. So they are actually going from 7 spaces to 11 in total. Rejigging their, rearranging their layout, which, as Councillor Dent said, I assume is to make this proposed development have a better environment.
Yes. Now, my concern is really here that it was brought by one of the councillors before that the rest of that road belongs to the highways, right? The Devon highways. Now, to me, they've either got to drive in and back out, reverse out onto a highway, or they actually stop in a highway to reverse back in there. Now, to me, that's not very intelligent. And I'm just wondering whether that is a safety thing, because if you've got somebody that is pulled up there and going to reverse in, and somebody comes in, a coach comes in around, it's going to be hold up traffic, surely.
But that's not supported by Devon County Council Highways. And that is what we'd have to fall back on should we refuse this and it went to appeal. Councillor Pook.
Thank you. With regard to the loss of amenity, I do agree it would be disappointing to lose that view on the street scene, but I also agree that it's something that is unlikely to stand up to appeal. So, although personally I would like to see it left, I can see it wouldn't stand up. Main thing is on the safety issues, and I'm wondering if we could approve subject to conditioning the details to be agreed with the officers. We've already stated that we're actually increasing the numbers. and we've been looking at the danger, the potential highway safety of people reversing out, especially from positions 10 and 11. Well, since they've said they don't need to increase the numbers, why don't we go down to 10 places, lose that 11th, and even put them on a chevron and have a condition that they reverse in, not going forwards. That way, I think you would address all the the potential safety issues. And if those could be addressed, but in conditions to be negotiated with the officers, then I'd be happy to second the approval.
I don't know whether that could be conditioned. It's I would have thought that's driver's choice, but perhaps Shirley could advise on that, or Fiona.
Shall I comment first on that before they do?
Yeah.
I suppose that there's two things here really. One, we have to consider the application on its merit. So as it's submitted in front of us at the moment, rather than something else we might feel is more appropriate. And in terms of the condition, obviously county highways aren't saying that's necessary, and we should only put a condition on if it's addressing something that would otherwise be refused. And as we as officers aren't in a position where we're saying that it could be refused, we wouldn't be able to justify having a condition on, because ultimately they would be able to appeal such conditions. We wouldn't be able to justify why it was required.
Thank you.
Yeah, if I could just speak. I fully understand your point with vehicles stopping to park it in. And if this was an A or B or C road, then we would absolutely be flagging that up as an issue. But if you think of in the context of many residential streets will have drives where they have to do that very, very, very movement, then it wouldn't be an issue for an unclassified road.
Thank you. Thanks, that's helpful. Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Could I ask Mr. Rose to please just click back to the one that Councillor Key was talking about, the one with the arrows, the picture with the arrows, with the arrows of the one-way thing.
That one?
Just now. That one, that's right. So when you come in, so when you see members, when you come in with the 2 arrows that come in, and it goes to the left, obviously behind them. Then there's the one that goes to the right. Where does that go, Mr. Rose? Do you know?
That goes to the estate and all the buildings that are at the rear there. So it's to the rear of the hall and yes.
Does it not go up to the car park? Is it our district council car park?
It belongs to the town council, doesn't it?
Yes.
Oh, the town council, whichever. Does it go up to a car park?
There's parking up the end there, yes.
It's a district count. It's a pay and display car park owned by the
right.
district.
Yes.
That's right.
So it's a car park then.
There's one above it, which is the free car park.
Yeah.
So there is a facility for people to park their cars very nearby to these buildings. That's my point. So what is the necessity for this? And when the chairman and please, Madam Chairman, to be respectful to your position, you keep banging the drum and saying how we would lose this on appeal. That's only a matter of opinion. There is, on an appeal process, there is a path here that says there is car parking in a very close distance to this here. That surely, if an appeals officer was looking at that, he would take that into consideration. It's not straightforward in going to appeal and losing. It's not, in my opinion. That's my opinion. Nobody else says.
Okay, well, I'll bang on a bit more then, Councillor Skinner, and say that we've got to look at this application solely as it is before us.
If I could step in there just to say that we're not in a position with this planning application to be able to refuse it because there isn't a need. The applicant doesn't have to justify a need for the car parking spaces. We have to find a reason why it might be harmful, and if that isn't a highway safety or a visual issue, well, then we couldn't do it on the basis of need.
Quite right. Councillor Davey.
Yeah, I'm going to come back very quickly on this. Although that alleyway is fairly busy, it is not the main access to the larger car park up behind the town hall. It is to a relatively small paid-for car park, which generally is less busy for obvious reasons than the free car park on the other side of the town hall. It also occurs to me that although there is a kind of informal pedestrian access there, pedestrians could walk closer to the town hall and therefore access it that way. There are toilets there, and I imagine that it would be quite heavily used for that reason. But I think it would be nice if there was a better pedestrian access there, perhaps via the town hall, perhaps if the pavement continued round there, and that might be something to consider. Well, although I still feel there's a loss of amenity there, but on balance, and given some of the comments that have been made, I'm minded to approve.
Thank you. Councillor Key.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, I mean, if this did actually go ahead, I mean, I'm not over happy about it. Those cars, they're then parked in there. Behind those cars is the council road. Am I correct on that? Now, there's no reason if a coach comes in there, he could park on that road, blocking all them cars in, and they would be absolutely sunk, and there's nothing they could do about it.
Yeah, well, there is a bus coach parking in front of the public hall itself, so they've got that facility. Councillor Howe.
I was going to say, I think we're actually ready to take a vote.
Yes, I think we are too.
But to finish off, Councillor Key's point's not relevant, unfortunately. If the coach parked there, it would be causing an obstruction to those vehicles wishing to leave their premises. And that is a legal matter that would have to be addressed if it did, the coach being parked illegally. We have no reason to refuse. Please take a vote.
Obstruction is a police matter. Right, can we go to Shirley, sum up Shirley, and go to the vote, please?
Hello, members. For this item, we have one motion now, which is to approve subject to the conditions listed in the report. If you could confirm when your name is called, whether you are for the motion to approve, against the motion to approve, or whether you're abstaining from the vote. Thank you.
Councillor Bloxham.
For approval.
Councillor Brown.
Approve.
Councillor Brown. Thank you. Councillor Chamberlain.
For the motion to approve.
Councillor Davey.
For.
Councillor De Sarum.
For the motion to approve.
Councillor Howe.
For.
Councillor Key.
For.
Councillor McLaughlin.
For.
Councillor Pook.
For.
Councillor Pratt.
For.
Councillor Skinner.
Against.
Councillor Woodward.
For.
Councillor Ragg.
Approve.
Thank you. That has been carried.
Thank you. Can we move on then to item 12, application 20-1395, full flat 1, Fernbrook, Convent Road, Sidmouth, on page 92. Over to you, Chris.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is an application for alterations to a front conservatory, and it's a retrospective application, so probably best if I show you the photos in a minute. And it's here because it's contrary to the view of a ward member. Now, it's relevant to note the site's in a conservation area, and that Fernbrook itself is flat, so ground floor, first floor, different ownership. And so we've got existing conservatory that's on the rear of the property that was constructed in the 90s. So UPVC, you can see there's some solid panels at lower level, a glazed roof. And so that's the existing, and this is the proposed. So the roof gets raised ever so slightly, so 42 centimeters higher pitch, and on this side there were solid panels in the glazing that are now changed to glass. Other than that, we have the original sides and footprint of the conservatory. So that's the proposed. And this is the views, as you can see from the street. So you can see the conservatory. You could before, but we're 42 centimeters higher in terms of the pitch. So that's the main difference that you will view in terms of the visual impact, as you can see from the street. So you'll see from the report that, and it is unusual to have a conservatory to the front of the property, not the sort of thing that we generally support, particularly in conservation areas, but this is something that was granted way back in very early 90s. And they're proposing to make alterations to that. And as I say, the footprint and wall positions are unchanged. So we have a new roof and new panels to the side. And that increase, as I say, was 42 centimetres. It's still considered that the proposal is subservient to the main house. We think there's an argument that there's a better roof pitch here with a steeper pitch, as mirrors the properties compared to the much shallower pitch on the original property. And as you can see from the photos, the site is fairly well screened by surrounding planting in any case. So whilst there will be a small visual impact on the street scene from this increase in height, it's not considered that that's harmful in any way, and certainly not harmful enough to justify refusal of permission. The other issue that's mentioned in the report is impact on amenity. In terms of the hedges and shrubs and layout, there's no concern in relation to the impact on the neighbouring properties to either side or opposite. And as I say, mindful that there's been a conservatory in that position since the early 90s. But it's the increase of the pitch and the materials to the glazing that are see-through to the roof that has raised concerns to the occupiers of the flat at the upper floor, and in particular the concerns of their outlook from those windows. But as I keep mentioning, the impact is minimal, the height increase is minimal, and their outlook from these windows will not be harmfully impacted on. They should be looking out over the top of the conservatory from those windows. There's no loss of outlook for the occupier and no physical impact, and there won't be any loss of light from the structure. So whilst they will certainly be able to perceive the change in the roof and it's increased in height from those rooms, that's not to an extent that's considered to be harmful enough to for us to be able to justify refusal of planning permission. So in light of the lack of harmful visual impact or harmful impact on the amenity of the neighbour, the application's recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Ms. Beowulf, is she in the meeting, the objector?
Yes, she is.
Yes, she is.
Yeah. Ms. Beowulf, you have 3 minutes and you'll be told 30 seconds before the end when your time is coming to an end. Would you like to start?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hello?
Yes, yeah, I'm here. So as you know, I live off the conservation in question, and this is my permanent residence. I have to look at the two-high roof every day. That is
Sorry,
for the owner of flat one.
We can't hear you very well at all. Is it?
All right. I have to look at the two-high roof every day. As for the owner of flat one, it's merely a holiday flat. And point to negative impact on the visual impression. It is out of proportion compared to the size of the house and dominates the front aspect.
I'm sorry, you're breaking up. The sound is dreadful. Can we?
I'm sorry.
Wendy, can you do anything better?
Maybe if you turn your volume down a little bit, we may be able to hear you a lot better. You are breaking up, but I think it's the volume really that is maybe distorting.
I try, yeah. Sorry for that. It is. I've never been on a Zoom meeting before.
We can hear you now.
I'm sorry? Sorry, what did you say?
We can hear you better now. You seem to be better. You're not breaking up now.
Okay.
Right, would you like to start again?
So, all right, yeah. So, yeah, I live above the conservatory, and this is my permanent residence. I have to look at this too high roof every day because, whereas the owner of flat 1, it is nearly a holiday flat. Point 2, the conservatory is now considerably higher, resulting in a negative impact on the visual impression. It is out of proportion compared to the size of the house and dominates the front aspect. I read the statement of the town council's report. I quote, "There is a reasonable level of hedge and tree screenings on all sides of the front garden of the site that help to mitigate its overall visual impact," end of quote. This is clearly an admission that the overall visual impact of the heightened structure is indeed in need of mitigation. As far as this is concerned, the council has deliberately been misinformed by Avalon, who used outdated Google Map footage. I see that has now been amended, and we have newer footage there. So it still shows the only tree in the front garden which obscured the house from the road, and which in fact was cut down several years ago. The hedge is not high enough to conceal the new height. The roof is clearly visible from the street and the houses opposite, which is unacceptable. I would like to point out the policies 6 and 7 of the neighborhood plan, which I know you are familiar with. Policy 6, development should be designed so as not to adversely impact on the amenity of its neighbors. Policy 7, all new development should be designed to complement and enhance the local distinctiveness of the character of its immediate locality. So the new conservatory design does clearly not comply with these policies. And there is no reason why the old conservatory with a planning permission from 91 could not have been modernized by replacing like for like. A conservatory with the old height would be screened from view by the greenery in the front garden. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Mr. Keegan Faraday. Mr. Faraday, he's the agent.
Hi, Chair. Thank you. If everyone can hear me.
You have 3 minutes, Mr. Faraday.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, councillors. Yeah, as introduced, my name is Keegan Faraday. I'm a senior planner working at Avalon Planning and Heritage, speaking in representation of the applicant. The application is for a replacement roof and additional glazing on an existing conservatory, and is before this committee as the result of an honest mistake made by Mr. Drake, the applicant. As the conservatory has been in place since 1991, Mr. Drake was unaware that planning permission would be required to replace the roof, as he was retaining the main structure on exactly the same footprint. On receiving the enforcement letter from East Devon, Mr. Drake became aware of his mistake and followed the council's instructions to apply retrospectively to retain the modified conservatory. As part of this application, and again in compliance with the council's request, Mr. Drake submitted full drawings and a supporting planning and heritage statement. Turning now to material considerations of the application, which are the principal development, design, amenity, and the setting of Bickwell Valley Conservation Area, being well established over time and with a historic planning approval, the principle of a conservatory on this elevation of Fernbrook is acceptable. Therefore, the key factor of this application is whether the additional glazing and amended roof is of any impact to the other considerations, and whether this perceived harm would warrant refusal on what are small-scale alterations. In terms of design, the main form and footprint remain identical. The only changes being additional glazing on the side elevations and replacing the dated polycarbonate roof with a glazed alternative. The updated design has increased the ridge height by a nominal 18 inches to provide a higher quality internal space, which has also greatly improved the conservatory's energy efficiency. The increased ridge height was carefully considered as to not impact the amenities of the upstairs neighbour and was kept below the sill of this window to ensure their outlook remained uninterrupted. In regard to the conservation area designation, a heritage statement was submitted in support of the application, and the development was assessed using Historic England's methodologies for assessing significance. This highlighted that Fernbrook, along with the neighbouring properties on the east side of the road, are actually outside of the conservation area, and therefore development should only be assessed on its impact to the setting. Being a recognised built form, set a significant distance from the road edge and largely obscured from public view by garden walls and established planting, any impact from the alterations was determined to be almost nil. Please note the council did not consider it expedient to consult their heritage officer, and the parish council fully supported the application. The proposal did, however, receive a number of objections, notably from upstairs neighbour Miss Beowulf and Councillor Bickley. Both of these representations made clear their grievances predominantly with the application being retrospective and that no prior notification was given to the development taking place. Whilst their position is understood, the option for retrospective applications is in place for instances such as this and should not outweigh that the alterations to the conservatory are compliant with East Devon local plan policy. In light of the above, I respectfully request this committee vote in favour with the planning officer's recommendation for approval. Thank you. Please let me know if there are any points of clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Faraday. Right, we're going to debate Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Chair. Just to say that I'm just trying to work out what 18 inches is in height, and I just think that the pitch of that roof and is too high for that building. And I know that the lady that lives upstairs looking out of that window will see the mass of that roof in front of her.
Oh, sorry, Councillor McLaughlin, can I just stop you on? I do apologise. I've just seen Councillor Denise Bickley. I know that she can't be there, but Amanda has a statement to read out.
Oh, that's all right, Chair, no problem. Okay.
Sorry about that.
I do, Chair. Can I confirm that you can hear me?
Yes, thank you, Amanda.
Okay, so this is Councillor Bickley's statement. I wish to add my voice to the neighbours' objections regarding this retrospective planning application and trust that it will be dealt with as if it were in fact not retrospective. Policy 6 of the neighbourhood plan says that development should be designed so as not to adversely impact on the amenities of its neighbours. And this conservatory does the exact opposite. Whilst it is a replacement for an older style conservatory and may fill the same footprint, the roof is far higher and is right up to the window height of flat 2, where the joint freeholder is in full-time residency. There surely should be a respect for the property of the owner of the above flat, and much the same as if the flats were next door to each other. I would not expect one neighbour to build their conservatory over the boundary line up to the neighbour's window. Surely it is the same for vertically joining properties. As can be seen from the photographs below, the conservatory is far more imposing than the old one when seen from the outside. And then Councillor Denise Bickley sent some photographs. There's a little bit in text in between them. So I'll just find that. Yes, there's a bit here. Sidmouth Town Council has received no objections and so did not themselves object, but this was due to the neighbours not knowing the procedure. And so the council just took the planning permission application as a like-for-like replacement. The neighbours have subsequently enlisted support of more knowledgeable friends to raise the issue, and I believe now, having spoken to the committee at STC, they may well have come to a different conclusion. There is an unrestricted view of the front of the building from the road, and the property is on the edge of a conservation area. The conservatory is very out of keeping with the area, as many neighbours have mentioned in their objections. I would very much like the fact that this is retrospective to be ignored and ask that the extra height and impact on the neighbour and surroundings be taken into account and the permission denied.
Thank you. Thank you, Amanda. Now, back to you, Kathy McLaughlin.
Thank you very much. I think that letter from Denise has probably, or Councillor Bickley has probably said all I was going to say, really. I think the depth it's a big bulk and it is so close to that top window. I totally agree with everything that Councillor Bickley has just said. I can't see that it wouldn't impact on that lady's view from that window. It's there, it's massive, and it looks totally out of place because it's actually touching that top window. So I'd like to listen to others' comments, please, but I just think it's totally out of place there.
Thank you. Councillor Skinner.
I think I'm correct in saying that the footprint of the building is exactly the same as the previous planning permission that was granted and the one that was there before. So the size is of the same nature. The scale on height, I think, is the issue that's being raised here, where it's come up just under the window, and I'm looking at the picture that's in front of us there. For me, to be honest, Madam Chairman, I get concerns from the neighbours. I do get that, and I get the concern as well that perhaps they feel it's retrospective and not done. But I don't think there's anything here too harmful. I mean, whenever you look at any of these pictures, you nearly. I can understand we're not inside and the neighbours looking view, which we haven't got that viewpoint. But for me, Madam Chairman, I'm just going to support this application. I don't see any reasons for a refusal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor De Sarum.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you. I've listened closely to this debate, and I noticed that this is an issue of height, as Councillor Skinner said. So I'm going to disagree and go with a proposed refusal on the grounds that it breaches policy EN9. I also heard from Ms. Beowulf, and I felt that she was very sympathetic in what she said, clearly as the neighbour who has to live with this development. And we can clearly see it from the picture with the van, with the first picture with the van, it's clearly visible. And I appreciate it's been there since 1991, and it's been argued that they're going to replace like for like. But I do feel that because it's at the front of the property, as Chris Rose said, it is something that we need to give great consideration. And for that reason, I believe it is out of keeping with policy EN10. And I put forward my thoughts. And if there is any support, do please come forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So you actually made that a proposal?
I have, but obviously I wait to see if others will follow. Will be able to support.
Is there a seconder for that proposal?
I would second that, Chair.
Thank you. Is that Councillor McLaughlin?
Yes, it is, Chair.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, that's okay. Right, Mike Howe.
Are you sure you want me to speak?
Of course I do.
Oh,
it's never personal, Mike. You should know that.
It wasn't that, Eileen. Right. I hope people listen to me here, and I would request, but we obviously have a tabled motion, a deferment. And this is purely and simply because the one picture we haven't got is a picture from the poor lady's front room. We have all the other aspects. We should not make a decision without the actual aspect of the complainant, the opposer today. You know, we guess, and Mr. Rose has made a good case as to why he thinks it would not affect them, but we haven't got that viewpoint at all. And we should have that viewpoint before making a firm decision. With regards to outside, unfortunately, I believe there is little impact. So as such, I would otherwise go with approval, but I cannot go with approval without knowing the visual impact from inside. And that depends on lots of things, of the height of the window compared to the internal floor plan, because if it's well below, you know, you're looking down at it, etc., etc., etc. So I need that view from inside that first floor apartment outwards, not the other way around. And I request we defer until we can get that information. Thank you very much.
Are you proposing not that we all troop into this poor lady's flat, but for a photo?
I believe we need some photos, some photographic evidence from inside as to what that view truly is like before we can make a firm decision.
So you're making that an amendment to the proposal?
Well, at present you've got a proposal to refuse, so I don't think it can be an amendment, but I'll take it either way it'll go, sort of thing.
Okay, is there a seconder for the amendment?
Chairman, just to interrupt, I'm sorry, Chairman, it's Amanda. That email that I read out on behalf of Councillor Bickley.
Oh, she had photos.
She had photos. Would you like me to share the email?
Oh, yes, that would be useful.
There is actually one taken from upstairs. So if you just bear with me, I'll share my screen.
Do I need to stop sharing first, Amanda? Oh, no.
So can you see that okay?
I can see your emails.
See the emails.
Can you see any photos coming up?
No, there's a photo of looks like Denise up in the corner.
Oh, right. Okay. Not sure how I can shrink that.
Can you
You're
open
not
the email
seeing
itself,
anything.
Amanda?
Yeah, I've got the email open.
So we've got a image of your inbox.
Well, a lovely picture
okay.
of Wendy.
Okay, I double clicked on the email and I'm looking at the photos now, but obviously you can't see that if I double click. I'll try and save them onto a PowerPoint if you like, and then just quickly show that if you want to chat amongst yourselves, if you're happy with that, Chairman.
Yeah.
Amanda, are you using two screens? Is it defaulting to displaying
No,
the
no,
wrong,
I've only got one
the wrong
screen.
Oh, okay.
I'm only on, yes.
Okay.
But yeah, it doesn't seem to be an opened email, just my inbox. So I can do
Okay,
that.
well,
if
we'll,
you want me to try and do that
we'll
quickly.
wait for the photos. And meanwhile, we'll carry
Okay.
on. Councillor Key.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I wanted to ask a couple of questions in actual fact, and that is the fact that are these two flats, floor and first floor flats? Would Mr. Rose know?
Yes.
They are a first floor flat and a ground floor flat.
Yeah, so we've got the applicant on the ground floor with the conservatory and the
Yes,
neighbour, the
right.
objector, living above.
No, and are they owned or are they rented?
I don't know, but that's irrelevant in planning terms.
Yes,
Well, no, because if they were actually owned flats, that roof of that conservatory is now sort of up on the wall of the first floor flat, isn't it? It's and they would have had to I would have thought, got permission to actually use. What happens if that person in the first floor flat wants to decorate to her level and can't do it? This is my point. Is that piece of the roof infiltrating on the wall of the first floor flat?
So you're asking if it's attached to the wall of the first floor?
No, it's attached to the wall, Eileen. But what I want to know is, as it's right up and underneath that window, how high does that? Where is the level of the ownership of the first floor flat compared to it? Because he's infiltrating on that wall.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Of the first floor.
So
yeah, I think
if
that's
I
a
may-
civil matter, isn't it?
It is. I don't
If
know
I
where
may.
the levels change, but
Jeremy?
regardless of that, it's a civil matter outside of planning. I suppose if for some reason the neighbour has built the extension onto somebody else's land, then that will be for them to take their own personal civil action against.
All right.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Shirley wants to come in.
That was just what I was going to say.
Yeah,
It is all down to the freehold
Yeah.
leasehold agreement
Yeah.
as to what consents and approvals need to be got before any works get done.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Davey. We have photos.
Can you see those?
We can. Shall I just wait a minute while we have a look at these?
Yes.
Too high.
Yeah, it is too high. Mm.
Sorry.
Are those, is it all the photos you're showing now, Amanda?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, okay then. Thank you for that. That's helpful, I'm sure. Right, Councillor Davey.
Thank you. I think it's very unfortunate that the people who built this conservatory or replaced it didn't consult with the flat above. 42 centimeters is not insignificant in an increase in height. And we've seen before that relatively small changes to the outline of a building can have quite a big impact. It is directly below the window ledge. That would really annoy me looking out on that. And I think it's very unfortunate. I think if this wasn't a retrospective application, we would be concerned about the height here, and we would be saying, keep it to the height of the original and not allowing that increase in height. So at the moment, I'm somewhat minded to refuse this application.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward.
Thank you, Chair. As I really sympathise with the occupier, the owner of the first floor, I think to look out from your window to see that is such a sort of visual invasion. I think that I think it would really suffer from a mental health point of view.
Yes.
I confess my mother has a similar situation, and it drives her absolutely crazy. And obviously we could have no objection to the original, but I think the fact that it's gone up that height, touching her window ledge, I think that's really not acceptable.
Thank you. And Councillor Mike Howe.
I'd almost forgotten I'd put my hand up. It sort of helps. The trouble I've still got, I kind of imagine that would be the impression I would have had from the photo, but because I don't know what height the camera was taken at, is that purely standing at the window looking down at it, or is it at normal head height or anything else? I am struggling to understand the full impact. And can you see it from the whole of the room, i.e. the middle of the room? If you were standing there just looking out, is it prominent in the street scene, in the view from that window, or is it purely when you're standing at the window ledge looking down at it? I don't like it. I really don't like it, but I am struggling with that full evidence, and I would still like a deferment to get proper photos so that we can photos so we can properly assess this in the proper way before we make a decision.
Right, well, Councillor Howe has made that amendment. Is there a seconder for his amendment to defer?
Yes, I'm happy to do that, Eileen.
Okay. Right, we take the amendment there. Oh, we've got two more speakers. No, we'll take the amendment first. I think we've covered this. So the amendment is to defer. Can we take a vote on that, please?
Okay, Councillor Bloxham.
Yeah, defer.
Councillor Brown.
Defer.
Councillor Chamberlain.
Defer.
Councillor Davey.
Against deferment.
Councillor De Sarum.
As I put forward the motion, I will defer on the basis that there is insufficient evidence, as Councillor Howe has said, but clearly I am not in sympathy with the design as seen, but I think as majority of people are going with defer, I'm happy to propose defer as well.
Defer.
Defer. Thank you. Councillor Howe.
Defer.
Councillor Key.
Defer.
Councillor McLaughlin.
I think I will defer, but just to say that at 5 foot height, I would get the image we've been given. Thank you.
Councillor Pook.
Against deferment.
Councillor Pratt.
Against deferment.
Councillor Skinner.
Defer.
Councillor Woodward.
Against.
Councillor Ragg.
Against deferment.
With the majority going for deferment, I can confirm the motion has been carried to defer.
Okay, thank you. I think Shirley was going to ask, weren't you, Shirley? You were going to ask Chris about the photos, or you said, can Chris come back about the photos?
that was a suggestion to you, Chairman, prior to taking the vote for deferment. But I don't know whether Chris wishes to make a comment about who's going to take the photographs, how we're going to bring them back to committee to assist members to understand where they've been taken from.
So with the agreement of the owner of the flat upstairs, then we will go out to site. We'll take a number of photos from the room at different heights and different positions, and then hopefully we can bring that back to the next committee and show you on a plan where those photos are taken for, and then hopefully you'll have a better understanding of the impact from that room.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so that one is deferred to the next meeting, hopefully. Move on to agenda item 10, application 201185, full tail end Payhenbury. And we have Councillor Phil Chamberlain from Payhenbury Parish Council to speak. But Chris, can you present your report first, please?
Yeah, thank you. So this application was deferred from a chairman's delegation meeting due to the scale of the building and the issues that are raised, which I'll run through. And it's construction of an agricultural building for storage. So the red line for the new building is here, and you can see the blue line, which is the land that the farm that's related to the farm. So we're off of the main part of this small settlement here up this access lane. And in terms of the plans, so this is where the building is proposed. You'll see from the photos that there's an existing storage building here, agricultural barn, that is related to this property here. And these are the elevations of the building proposed. So we've got an existing barn that's in separate ownership, and then we've got the new barn that's proposed. So you can see open ends, timber clad, sort of traditional barn storage building. And this is the location for the site. So this is the barn that's on site that's in separate ownership, so not owned by the applicant, and the new barn is proposed adjacent to that of the design that I showed. And it's 14 meters in length, 9 meters wide, and 5.6 meters high. So the different pitch to this building here, but of a similar scale as I think these indicate here. I think it's relevant for me here to, so just moving on. So this is the location, the footprint for the building, the new building right in front of you. You can see its relationship to the previous farm building, which is there. So I think it's relevant for me to mention the history here because it's quite complex and very relevant. So back in 2016, we had a prior approval application from the previous owner of this farm to convert this farm agricultural storage building to residential use and to convert this agricultural storage building to residential use. That has created two properties, Tail End and Fox Hayes, and they have now been converted to residential use under that prior approval process. So since then, that applicant has sold this land and sold these two properties. So they've sold the land with this property. I think it was half converted, and then they've sold off this one separately along with that barn building. Yeah. That has left the applicant now with this holding that they've got, but without any storage buildings on it, because the previous occupiers used their rights under the permitted development that the government brought in to change the two buildings that were there to residential use. So that's by way of history, and that's why the applicant is now in a position where they have taken on this holding without any agricultural storage buildings, and that's why they've put in the application for this storage building. So you'll see in the report that the main issues are the need, the visual impact, and impact on amenity. With regard to the need, as I've said, they've taken on this holding, and there are no other buildings available now for storage. They did purchase this property as part of the holding and completed its conversion to residential, but they were entitled to do that, and that planning permission was in place. We understand from the application that they've got about 35 acres and they graze sheep and they lamb. So therefore, it's not unreasonable for them to request a store, which they want to put their machinery in and their dry fodder. So that's why they're in this position of putting this application in, and we feel that there's a need justified there because they've got no other buildings at the moment where they can carry out that storage. And whilst the concerns of the local residents about this sort of playing the system, if that's the right word, they have done, you know, these people have purchased this land now without any storage buildings, and the previous owners did what they could within the remit of the planning system and converted those buildings to residential use as they were allowed to do. So we feel that there is a need now for this holding to be served by a further storage building. With regard to the visual impact, the building that's proposed is agricultural in appearance, and it's next to an existing agricultural building. The timber-clad materials are appropriate. It is down this access lane, visible once you're accessing these properties, but not any other properties. So there's not considered to be any visual harmful impact, and the building design itself is acceptable. With regard to any visual harmful impact on amenity, then these properties here are far enough away from the building not to be impacted. This residential property up here, again, is a considerable distance away. And this agricultural building that I showed the photos of is now, we understand, in the ownership of this adjacent property. So the barn, one of the barns that got converted to residential use, now owns this property this barn next door, this one here. We have representations from the property to the right here that's been converted that the agricultural building is right on the boundary with their property, but they have converted part of their, so that you can see the property there. This area here between the rear of their property and the site didn't form part of the original application that allowed this to be converted to residential use. So whilst they have washing lines, etc., along here that they use for residential use, there's no planning permission in place for that. So given where the building's proposed and the distance to the residential property, and it's particularly relevant that we've got a condition and the applicant are saying that they will only use the building for the storage of machinery and fodder, so they won't keep animals in the building, we feel that that relationship to that property is considered to be acceptable. So quite a history to this one, and the previous owners have relied on those permitted development rights that central government bought in to basically lawfully convert the two storage buildings that were there to residential use, and they've left the new owners of this farm building, farm holding without any storage area. So in light of, we feel that there's a need for a storage area and we can't identify any harm from the proposed building, we're recommending approval subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Chris, can you remind us how long the new owners have been grazing sheep and running the farm?
I'm not sure on the exact date, but I think the current owners have held this holding for a couple of years. They're recent, and they're not the people that got the planning permission for the conversion of the existing barns to residential. That was the previous owners.
Yeah, and I thought that should be made clear, because that contradicts some information that came, I think it was sent to all members by email. So Payhambury Parish Council, Councillor Phil Chamberlain, is he here?
He is.
Chairman?
Yeah.
Chairman, could I just ask Mr. Rose something, please?
Yes. Well, can we hear from... Yes, cool. Go on, because it might help.
Yes, well, it's David Key here. On the part of the parish council which said that Order 2015 says that no new agricultural buildings may be constructed until a period of 10 years has elapsed, the barn conversion having only been in place for a maximum of 4 years. Does that not apply?
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Keeg, I should have mentioned that. Apologies. Yes. So what the legislation says is when people have used these permitted development rights to convert buildings to residential use, they can't then use that same right again within 10 years. So in fact, it doesn't mean that they can't make that no more planning applications can be made on the site. It's just that they can't use any more of those permitted development rights. So they have to apply for planning permission for any other buildings. And that's what the applicant has done in this case.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Phil Chamberlain.
Good afternoon. Hello there.
Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Yes, Pembury Parish Council did object to this development on the basis that residential conversion had happened and a period of 10 years hadn't expired. We've just heard now how that's going to happen. That was the basis of our objection, but also there's a basis of impact on the sort of neighbouring properties and residents as well. So in summary, really, we wanted to say that although we do support farmers and local businesses, and here it looks like there is a genuine need for an agricultural building, and in general there's need for housing, we don't condone activity which is outside the spirit of the planning regulations, although I understand your hands may be tied otherwise. And also, if a building has to be built to meet agricultural needs, then can it be built elsewhere on the farmer's land where there are no legal problems preventing it, or no outside your jurisdiction, and no impacts on existing residents, nor in a location which encourages further action outside the spirit of the planning regulations. And if it was to be approved, which I suspect it probably will be despite our intervention, then we'd request the caveat be at least as limiting as the 2006 caveat, which I think has a different wording to the caveat that you're proposing today. So that no intensive agricultural operation or use, including livestock, housing or storage, silage, dangerous material or chemicals will take place within the building. That was the 2006 caveat. And I think the new one is slightly less restrictive.
Thank you.
That's pretty much my summary there. So yeah, we understand where we are, I think, with this one. We do object to it though.
Thank you, Councillor Chamberlain. Can you respond to that, please, Chris?
Yes, I was just trying. I think the condition. Let me get it up on the screen. Sorry. So, when the prior approval was granted for the units to be converted from residential to agriculture, there was a condition placed on that this barn here that is immediately adjacent to this residential property, that there couldn't be any intensive agricultural operation or use or livestock within that building, and that was to protect the amenity of that adjoining property. We've got a similar condition proposed on here saying, which I think, it's different wording, but I think it says the same thing in terms of it saying that this building shall only be used for storage purposes and shall not at any time be used for livestock. So it is slightly different wording, but I think it achieves the same goal in terms of saying that this building can only be used for storage and that it shouldn't be used for livestock or those other activities that might cause a nuisance to those surrounding residents.
Is there any reason why the wording is different, please?
Well, the main reason is that the condition that we've got on the other one actually specifically mentions its impact on barn 1. Whereas this building is a bit further away from barn 1, and we've put a condition on to protect the amenity of all of those surrounding. But if members wanted to use a very similar wording, then I think it achieves the same thing, so it would be within their gift to do so.
Thank you. Does the ward member wish to speak?
Probably, Madam Chairman. Yes, I would have thought so. As far as, can I just say to Shirley that Mr. Scarrett, and it's just come to my memory now, Mr. Scarrett, who's the applicant on here, rang me. I need to make that's a declaration of interest that he rang me. I don't know how this all works, but just to put his case.
So you were lobbied rather than
lobbied.
So
Yeah,
you were
that's
lobbied.
the word. Yeah, I was lobbied.
Thank
Yeah, I
you very
suppose.
much.
Is that what you call it? Lobbied. That's the word. Yeah. Well, he put forward his case, and that was fine. That was the end of that. This is a very difficult one, Madam Chairman and members, for me, because of course, as you would all know, being a farmer and the like, I would normally jump right in and say, yeah, need some land, blah, blah, blah. But there's several questions here to be asked, and I don't know that we're going to end up in a different place than approval, but there are several questions that need to be asked first. One of those questions is if the landowner, if the applicant lambs sheep and he's not going to lamb any sheep in this building, it begs the question where he must have got other land of where he farms. Now, I don't know the answer to that question. If, of course, it's not very far away, then of course it could lead to a question regarding, do we need to have a building here at all? So there's one or two things here I just want to be clear on. I don't know if Mr. Rose has got any info or further info that I just want to be clear on to where that is. Secondly, it's clear that the applicant who's bought this place property, all in good faith, has got caught up with the previous applicant that has had buildings and then sold them off. So there's quite a dilemma here going on, and that the people around are quite upset about. I think more about probably a system being used to gain permission for a building rather than the building itself. And I think that's probably one of the bigger issues. And in some ways, you can sort of understand that. Not that I believe it's the issue of this particular gentleman. But as far as we're going forward with this particular application, if one or two of these things could be answered, it may form us our opinion as to whether or not there is a justifiable need to have the building here. I probably think there is, Madam Chairman, but we need to be clear on these things first. And I wonder if Mr. Rose would be able to just be clear about where the sheep are being lambed. Is that a fair question?
Yeah, so the holding that they've got is off to the northwest of this site. So we are in the bottom corner of their holding, if you like, and their sheep are across the rest of the holding. There's no other buildings on their holding that they can use, and they're not making a case that they need any buildings for lambing at this stage. They purely want the building to store the machinery in and the fodder. And that's the basis on which we're considering the application. And they've done what we would usually ask people to do in these cases, is try and locate their farm buildings near to existing buildings, so that they, we don't get a spread of buildings all across the countryside. And from that point of view, they've done that. So I hope that answers your question, but they aren't making a case that they need any other buildings anywhere else, or that they need a building in particular for lambing.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. On that, Madam Chairman, I think it begs the question whether there is a need for this particular building to go where it is. It does beg that question. I'll just hear what other members have to say first and see how the dice will roll on this one. Thank you.
Thank you. When this came for a delegated decision, I certainly wasn't comfortable about making a decision, and neither was Councillor Chamberlain. And we thought that as there are people with farming experience who know far more than we do, or certainly more than I do, then it was right that it should come to the committee, and we should be allowed the benefit of their experience. So the same question occurred to me, where would the lambing take place? Because I am aware that lambing takes place in sheds. So anyway, first up we have Farmer Key.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with Councillor Skinner that, I mean, and also for security reasons, if that's going to be for storage shed, it is away from the actual residents there. And it's rather strange that you're having a shed for machinery and not having one for livestock, because I mean, if the weather is bad, I mean, you want to get the livestock in. Plus the fact, I mean, when you're lambing sheep, you keep them under close scrutiny to prevent any sort of problems at all. So yeah, I mean, I totally agree that I'm not sure that there is a real need for this shed.
It's been suggested that the lambing takes place possibly in another shed somewhere. Councillor Pook.
Thank you. We've got the application in front of us. People and the applicants have put in information, and I assume they put in the agricultural requirement necessity as part of their requirement, and that's been addressed. But as Mr. Rose says, we have an application here which fulfills the normal requirements. Just picking up on Councillor Key's question about distance from the house, we're only talking about 25, 30 metres which is nothing in a farmyard state. So I think, you know, we have to look at it and say, well, the application's been made. It's a legitimate application. There's a legitimate need. The only question I would have is at what stage, if this farmer stopped farming, could he then apply for a redundant building and have that turned into a residential building? Because, you know, if having had the other two buildings turned into residential buildings in the last, 5 years or so, he can then do this one in another 5 years, then I'd certainly object. But if there's if there's regulations or conditions you can say that, you know, this cannot be considered residential for at least 10, 15 or even longer years, I can see that we can see that there's a genuine use for agricultural use, and I'd be happy to support it. So perhaps Mr. Rose could answer that before I come down one way or the other. Thank you.
Yeah, they can't use any PD rights at the moment, and certainly not for the next 10 years. I mean, unless the government change legislation, which we know they're keen on doing, and there is a white paper out at the moment. But as it stands at the moment, if in a year's time they had turned around and said the building was no longer required, they would have to make a planning application to turn it into residential. And under our current policies, this isn't a location where we would allow that to happen.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Chamberlain.
Good afternoon, thank you. I was just actually going to say that I actually have to agree with Councillors Skinner and Key, and just adding to that, anybody who has done lambing or does it now, exactly what Councillor Skinner said and Councillor Key, you know, you have to pay close attention to them and then take on top of that the care that they need should they be orphaned, and how often you have to visit and check and do everything, as I well know myself. Again, I'm struggling with the fact that actually this is just for machinery, and if they have that covenant put on there of no livestock, actually when weather's bad, what is going to happen? So I definitely support what Councillor Skinner and Councillor Key have said.
Thank you. Councillor Skinner.
Sorry, Madam Chairman, I didn't realise. I thought there was others to speak. I was just going to get a drink. On balance, Madam Chairman, it's a really difficult one, this, and you know me, I'm not usually fairly shy in coming forward, but with this one, we've got to get it right. I feel that if the closeness of a property where this particular gentleman already farms, they must already farm and have land, that where I've not had why it couldn't go there. And I know members are going to say, well, this is the application in front of us, but that would be a very clear reason as to why somebody say, why is it going here? You could easily put it somewhere else. On that basis, because we're sort of in a place whereby I don't feel absolutely confident with this one. And I normally am, and I'm not. There's something not quite right. I'm going to make a recommendation, Madam Chairman, of refusal. And although I'm going to make that recommendation, I sort of still feel a little uncomfortable with that, but because I don't feel, if we have a refusal, I ever feel that the applicant is likely to come back and put a lot more evidence and a lot more meat on the bone for us to be able to make a more considered opinion, whereas at the moment, I don't feel that I can. So I think on balance, to play safe, not to be getting this wrong, I'm going to go with my parish council, the residents in the area, and that's not necessarily would I do that, but I'm going to in this particular case, and I'm going to put forward a recommendation of refusal, and I hope that I may get some members to come behind me and support that, because I'm just not comfortable. Thank you. Thank you.
Is there a seconder, please?
Yes, Madam Chairman, I'm more than happy to actually second it. Can I just pick up a point that Councillor Pook said about security, distance? In actual fact, I've got a neighbouring farmer and he's had 2 quad bikes stolen, and they were about 30 foot away from his house.
Thank you. Right, we've had a proposer and a seconder. Shirley, would you like to sum up?
I think Chris might want to have a quick word before we move to any vote, but I think Councillor Skinner and Councillor Key need to give us more information on the grounds for refusal and the reasons for going against officer recommendation, please.
If you'd like, Dave, would you like me to go first?
Shall I come back first?
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry, Chris. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, only because the relevant policy in the local plan is policy D7, which is the one that relates to agricultural buildings and developments, and it says new agricultural buildings that could give rise to amenity, landscape, environmental impacts will be permitted where there's a general agricultural need. So then inspector is going to look at that and say, is there a need for this building? And the applicant's going to turn around and say, well, I don't have any other buildings on my holding. I have machinery and I have fodder that I need to store undercover. I think that with an inspector is going to be more than adequate need for a building. And it's up to the applicant whether they want to lamb outside or do that elsewhere. That's not part of this application. The policy then goes on to say that we'll support it where the following criteria are met. And it says the building is well integrated with its surroundings and closely related to existing buildings, and being of appropriate design and materials. Well, the applicant's chosen a location that is close to existing buildings on the holding and is of appropriate materials. It won't harm it won't be detrimental to the amenity of nearby neighbours. Well, we've put in a condition on there to ensure that it can only be used for storage, so it should meet that criteria. It's been established there are no other suitable buildings on the holding or in the vicinity. The applicant doesn't have any. We're not aware of any. It will not lead to an increase of traffic on the local highway network. Well, it's just an agricultural storage building, so there's not going to be any detrimental harm from that. And there's one about clean surface water, which they'd have to comply with in terms of collecting the water runoff. So from that point of view, when you run through those criteria to the policy, I think it's going to be hard for us to make a case to an inspector, despite the concerns I recognise about the lambing issues, on why we should be refusing planning permission.
Thank you, Chris. Got Councillor McLaughlin. Have you got something to add to that?
No, I think I was just going to say what Chris has just said. I can't see any reason that we could go against the officer's recommendation, to be honest. But anyway.
And Councillor Woodward.
Thank you, Chair. Could I just ask for confirmation? One of the objectors' letters, Debbie Wheeler, in her bullet point 1 says the applicant bought the barn and the land at the same time. That's wrong, as I understand it. Okay.
No, so it was the previous owner of the holding and these two barns that gained the prior approval consent for it to go to residential. I believe they sold off this plot, which has been built out, to the person that wrote that letter, and the applicant took on the rest of the holding, including this dwelling, which I understand was partly converted but not complete at the time they purchased it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Howe, and that's the last speaker, and we'll move to the vote then.
Well, it's just actually to back up what Kathy said. This is really hard. We might hate it. I hate it because I think the system has been used not in the way anyone intended, but that's life, shall we say. But to refuse this, I cannot see grounds for refusal when the current owner of the land has complied completely with the policies we have in force. So regretfully, I can't support a refusal.
Right, thank you. I had clarification of that too from Mr. Gordon Lennox, because I was quite concerned about that as well. But Councillor Skinner, as you proposed it, do you want to come back?
Well, I do, Madam Chairman, because I've listened to the debate, and common sense needs to prevail here. Yeah. And I hope if I could concur with Councillor Key, because I think we ought to pull back from refusing this application, and really not because I want to do that, but because I think that if we do go to appeal, our officers were going to spend a lot of time. And I don't see, as it's already been said by other members, I don't see where we got any chance of winning. And I don't want to sit here and say no because I can, because that's not how I operate. I try to do things for the right reasons and the right cause. And I don't think this is a battle that is going to get won. So I would like to withdraw from, and I hope Councillor Key doesn't see that probably as a detrimental step backwards, but I think I'd like to withdraw because I think I I don't see that we as a council can win this one because there's just too much weight for it. So I'm going to have to put myself into that place, and I hope Councillor Key understands my position.
Yes, I do, Philip, in actual fact, and unfortunately, I agree.
Okay, so do we have a proposal to approve the recommendation then?
Can I propose it, please, Madam Chairman, because I don't have any choice. It's in my ward.
Yeah, okay. And the seconder, please?
Yes, I'll second it.
Well done,
Right.
Dave.
Over to you, Shirley.
There's a turn round, Shirley. There's a turn round.
Thank you. You make my life very easy, committee. You have therefore the motion to approve subject to conditions as listed in the report. If you would, when your name is called, indicate whether you're for the motion to approve, you're against the motion to approve, or whether you're abstaining from the vote. Thank you.
Councillor Bloxham.
For approval.
Councillor Brown.
For approval.
Councillor Chamberlain.
For approval.
Councillor Davey.
Or
Councillor De Sarum.
For approval.
Councillor Howe.
For.
Councillor Key.
Reluctantly approve.
Councillor McLaughlin.
For.
Councillor Pook.
Approve.
Councillor Pratt.
For.
Councillor Skinner.
Approve.
Councillor Woodward.
For approval.
Councillor Ragg.
Approve.
That was unanimous, so that motion has been carried.
Thank you. Now, we're going to take a break now. Would members rather have 30 minutes or 15?
Can I just come in and say that I will need to leave at 3 o'clock, unfortunately, because I
Yes,
haven't.
that's what I'm thinking, yeah. So
15, Eileen.
Yeah.
15, Eileen.
15,
Yeah,
that's
15.
fine.
Yeah.
Then we come back just before 2:30, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to have to pass on my apologies because I've got kids to pick up.
Oh, okay, right, that's fine.
Oh, you might be relieved, Eileen. I'm not there causing you problems then.
No, I'm not relieved. No, not at all.
No worries. Take care, everybody.
Bye.